Hello everyone. Sometimes you just have to wonder, what are we doing with our lives? I don't know what's worse, me being the one doing this, streaming it, or you being the ones watching it. What's worse? But welcome everyone to a Victoria 2 single player stream, and it's been a while since we've done one. So yeah, welcome back to comfy single player Spud Gun Victoria 2 single player streams, where we play a mod. Like we've done many in the past. We did DoD Fanfork a lot, Throne of Lorraine, TGC, and now here we are with what is generally dubbed the Monkey mod, but is actually called Gozomedes Great Game. And I don't really know why it's called Gozomedes Great. I don't know who Gozomedes is. The mod maker doesn't appear to be called that, but you know. So welcome everyone, good to see you all in the chat there. Laughing Cavalier, Nadri, Gold Destruction, Peter Tremor. Over there on Twitch we've got Joe Neal, welcome back. Joe Neal said, can't imagine what was going through your head when putting on a monkey's head on top of Bismarck. I think it's pretty obvious. It's I made that as a simple way to advertise the stream, to put on the thumbnail. I mean, the mod has its own bit of artwork, which is a kind of robed monkey to show that they're civilized. So I just took that monkey's face and put it on Bismarck to show that there's no better representation of the monkey mod for Victoria 2 than putting a monkey on the sword wielding Bismarck from the logo, is there? So, welcome. We're going to be streaming this mod, we're going to be taking it slowly and reading. Many people probably have a lot of questions about the mod, or I'm seeing them in the chat. What is this mod is the main question. Joe Neal says the fucking monkey sound effects are killing me. What monkey sound effects? I can't hear anything. And Reese is asking, is it just a random continent or one that existed? So, I mean, I can explain some basics. I'll explain some basics before we fully get into it. I mean, it's a total conversion mod. So, the map is completely changed. It's a totally custom map, which that immediately sparks the interest because modding the map like this is extremely difficult to do. And we've done a mod this year already about, like, kind of like this. Mari, we did that. And you know, the map kind of resembles it a little bit. And there's other mods out there that are embracing more custom maps. Like there's a Mars mod, custom map based on Mars, which has been made recently, and I think they're playing multiplayer in it, but I didn't get around to playing. So I've got various bits of background music, and I thought I really had a struggle thinking, what music do I put on in the background here? Because we don't want to put on... never mind. I just looked up sort of... And when you search jungle music, you get different kinds of music. But I basically looked up royalty-free jungly tribal music sort of stuff from Kevin MacLeod. Like, this song's perfect. Might even just have this on for the whole stream. So we don't need too long of an intro, and this is single player, so I'll be talking to chat and I can chat and react to what you're saying most of the time. And I mean, what else? We're playing EU5 on Saturday still, of course. 1.2 is out for that game, is it not? Where they've overhauled a bunch of things and there's new stuff. And I still haven't even processed 1.1, and I'm serious about that. I'm not keeping fully in the loop of that game and what's going on, and it's so hard to keep track. We've been playing this campaign for about 6 or 7. Oh my god, it's actually 6 or 7 weeks, guys. We just had session 6 and we're coming up for session 7 in 2 days. It's fucked. I just said that. So we've been playing a campaign on version 1.1, and I'm basically getting into 1.1 for the first time. And now 1.2 is here. We're not going to be changing patches. We are sticking on 1.1 for the campaign that we're playing. We're going to see it out. Nugget asks me, did you check the mod lore button in the main menu? Yes, and we're going to read it together. So here is the main artwork and logo of the game, of the mod. And it's nice, isn't it? It shows, like I say, a robed monkey. That's the same monkey as the one I put on Bismarck. Apparently that's a very important character in Gozomedes' great game. That's the monkey man guy, the main monkey. Am I? Hold on. Is my Discord thing? Yeah, it's in the middle of the screen there. I think I put that there for EU5. Let's have it more up in the corner, shall we? We'll see where the Vic2 UI is and move it somewhere like that. Okay. Oh yeah, this could be Gozomedes. Yeah, this could be Gozomedes, whoever that is. Now, I didn't contact the mod maker or anything before the stream. I plan things carefully in some aspects and don't bother planning stuff in other aspects. If the mod makers show up live in the chat, they show up live in the chat. If they don't, they don't, and it's fine. Maybe they will. Maybe Gozomedes himself will show up. But until then, I'm just exploring the mod, learning it for the first time. I haven't played it or tested it because I want just to figure it out live and experience it all. So they've replaced the... Wait, which button did they replace with the lower button? Because the credits button is still there. So which one did they get rid of? I don't know. What button is normally here? Fucking hell. What did they gut? Anyway, we have a gigantic lore dump on the main menu, which is nice. And I'm afraid there's no way about it. We have the tutorial. Oh yes, yeah, it says it on the moddb as well, I think. The tutorial button, which is so useless anyway. The Vic2 tutorial is terrible and it's not even updated for the DLCs. It's a vanilla tutorial, I'm pretty sure. Don't ever click the Vic2 tutorial. I did when I first got the game, by the way, guys. I actually clicked that shit and did the tutorial in 2011. Yeah, I did. True story. I was 14 or what? 14? I think I was 14 and I did the Vic2 tutorial. So it's a total overhaul mod. Let me just look. This is the world that we are about to be playing in. There's about 3 major land masses of continents. But we're going to learn about this in a minute. We're going to read through the lore, but I just want to quickly show you. This #1 great power here is called Pumnia. Mies is asking, is it MP this session? Someone's always got to ask when I blatantly say single player everywhere. If it's multiplayer. Right, so we're gonna get through this lore dump because I want to learn. I want to know what this is all about. And by the way, before we actually start getting into it, do support the channel. Drop a super chat. If you're on Twitch, drop a sub, drop some bits, gift a sub, or use a tip link, a donation link. And if you're on YouTube, because I am multi-streaming, shall we get, by the way, let's get the YouTube chat up. VOD people will know who I'm talking to. Just the YouTube chat though. If you're on Twitch, don't look at that. That doesn't apply to you, and stay on Twitch. So let's restart the song one more time. But no, actually, it's a playlist. Let's go. That's actually a drumming track that I use in videos. Charlie, thank you so much for the $10. Says he won't be able to catch the stream today. He's off for his brother's graduation. Is the money backed by precious metals or tasty food? We're going to learn that. It's going to be in this wall of text somewhere, is it not? Some of you might have already started reading this, but I'm about to go. We're going to go through it together. I'm just going to read it out, and I'm going to stop, and we can react. And thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Gozomedes, great game. GGG. GGG is a very good acronym for your mod, but Gozomedes, great game is a bit of a name that doesn't immediately associate you. That's why people, I think, are going to colloquially call this the monkey mod, and I already did in the title. I needed to call it the monkey mod in the title because I need to attract viewers, you know, just monkey mod. People will click that. But if I were to write Gozomedes, great game in the title, before the mod has gotten any kind of exposure, really, I mean, if it's DOD in 10 years and it's that popular, then we can start calling it that in the title. But we've got to just put monkey mod, you know what I mean. Anyway. It's a Victoria 2 mod set in a fictional world populated by alternate hominids largely based on the... the Australopithecus. The Australopithecus. Let's get a picture of an Australopithecus to see what we're dealing with. Oh. Yeah, okay. I think, okay, there are some pictures, there are some taxidermy creations of Australopithecus here, which are probably going to get my stream demonetized for the nudity of them. So let's be careful. Right. Let's get the Encyclopedia Britannica. Okay, this is what we're dealing with. This is where we are. Let me just read a little bit. They were a group of extinct primates closely related to, if not actually ancestors of, modern human beings, known from a series of fossils around numerous sites in Africa. And they lived up to 4.4 million to 1.4 million years ago. Fucking hell. It's incomprehensible. The genus name meaning southern ape. Southern ape. Perhaps the most famous specimen is Lucy. From Ethiopia. Okay, wow. So, are they monkeys? I don't really know. There's a difference between a monkey and an ape. I don't really even know exactly where the line is drawn. There's probably loads of things kind of in between them as well. But there's also these ancient hominids as well, which are they monkeys? I mean, this mod is colloquially known as the monkey mod, and an actual monkey, I think, is in the picture there on the right, or an ape. But these ancient creatures and the stuff that they're actually based on in the mod are not really monkeys or apes, are they? They're in between monkey and human. That's the idea. Koikarp says monkeys have tails, apes don't. Wow, fun fact, thank you. Didn't know that. There you go. All apes are monkeys, not all monkeys are apes. Okay, so ape is a specific thing. And the apes are the ones that get big and strong and they're powerful, or at least some of them, the big ones. Yeah, all apes are monkeys, but not all monkeys are apes. But so where are the ancient Australopithecus in that? Where are the hominids in that? God, we have to do this. You know, when Vladimir Putin gave his history lesson going back 700 years, we have to go back 4 million years to learn the basic lore of this mod that we're about to play, if we can even play it this session. Monkeys, apes, grey apes, humanoids, humans. We're on the humanoid stage with the Ostracephalodon, right? We are, yeah. And everything is primates. Primate is the wider family of all of them. Humans are great apes. Yeah, we are great apes. So anyway, these are, and I need to talk about a book that I read, which is maybe even an inspiration for this mod, but The World of GGG, the Miv, should we call it Miv or Miv? I don't know. M-I-I-V? Miv? I think that's probably going to be pronounced Miv. Lies on a planetary sphere that is roughly the same size as Earth and spins, also with a tilted axis. Okay, Earth-like planet. Okay. It is dominated by 3 major continents. That first one looks Persian, the second one looks like it's from the Caucasus, and the third one looks like also that, but it's a Ishafaj, Kovaj, and Bafoj, which are accompanied by 3 subcontinental shelves, Paukjodo, Shobgizob, and Gofakidzia or Gofakidzia. I'm good with linguistics and that, by the way, chat, but when you're dealing with fantasy coined terms and con languages, you know, it could be anything. The mod maker, it's on them to give you a guide on pronunciation when they're coming up with their own stuff. Anyway, the world itself is a watery world dominated by vast and deep oceans, and the major continents lie close together, okay, lining a few easily navigable seas. Beyond this area of calm, the vast oceanic geography cultivates the development of massive, nigh continuous storms. Okay, very stormy planet, especially in the vast empty ocean of the north of the planet. The concurrent presence of multiple intelligent and significantly genetically different species has led to a number of notable differences between the world of GGG and our own. There are different hominid things like Australopithecus. They're not all one type of hominid. There's actually quite different ones. Different stages. So, guy on the left here, there's also different people in the world. They're different, and that has led to a different world. Above all, the world lacks any sort of Enlightenment universalism, and people persist in a number of practices that would seem savage in our own world. Above all, the keeping of other hominids as thralls or cattle slaves for eating and working. Beyond this, transcultural hostility remains higher, the world is largely more violent, and diplomatic practices bereft of any notions of international law. No infamy playthrough, guys. No infamy. No concept of infamy. Are we back? Is that what I'm thinking? We're going to find out when we're in game and we actually learn the game. But I'm thinking that's hinting at no fucking infamy, lads. This could be the greatest map painting mod of all time. Abadabadoo says, I think I've seen the guy on the left in a bus. Yeah, me too. Now we're going to actually learn about the people themselves. Do you want to call them people? So there are a variety of notable species. Ishafaj is mainly populated by the stout and hairy folk who make up most of the large empires. Okay, there's one big group of people, main people who are stout and hairy. And they make up the large empires of Gashji, Pumnian, and the Sithavan. I know Pumnian there because we've seen them. They are the number 1 great power at the start. But the Biotrin, the Getch, the Anuvo, and the Shagmot people are tall, hairless, flat-faced, white-skinned giants living around in the central regions. Wow. And the Ujoi and Anahu are large-eyed and thin. The peoples of the east and centre of Kovaj, the Kushib, the Urhond, are decidedly smaller and have features more similar to those of the capuchin or macaque monkeys of our world. In the wilds of Bafoj, one finds strange beastmen, hominidae with blue faces and all sorts in between. Holy shit. Monkey Borea, says AWL in the chat. So, this is cool, isn't it? Okay, that's the first paragraph. Okay, second paragraph, and also there's 2 other pages at the top. In southern Ishafaj, But first of all, wait, so let's just get one thing clear. Ishafaj has got to be this continent, right? This is Ishafaj, where you get the main hairy beasted guy on the left, who are the most civilized people. This is Ishafaj, populated by our main characters. I think that's clear from reading that. The other continents, we've got the one to the south. Urhorn is a name I've heard in the lore. And then we've got this continent, which is largely uncolonized. And apparently full of Albanians, according to the E letter with the 2 dots. People who like to compare this mod to a hit game known as Victoria 2 are already pointing out in the chat that this is the not Europe of the world. And we're going to have to boil it down to that, unfortunately. As much as we want to get immersed in the lore, we have to compare things to what we know, and this is not Europe, okay? This is not Europe. This is the main continent where all the major powers are. It's also, what the hell is up with the year at the top? This is MIV 1308 IR. The MIV is the name of the world, the name of the planet. Or do we call that Meev? How do we pronounce it, guys? Meev or Miv? Miv is the basic pronunciation as an English speaker, if you see that, but Meev is more LARP and maybe implied by having 2 eyes in it. Let's go with Meev. Very like the Russian word for world, Mir. It's Meev, and formerly that was called Miev, but we had to change it to Meev after the ape race invaded the other ape race. Okay, so GGG lore, paragraph 2. In southern Ishafaj has risen a dynamic, now industrial collection of civilizations, as we just looked at. Okay. With the foremost among these being the Old Gashgi Empire and its successor states. Okay, there was a Rome. Every mod has got to have the ancient empire that collapsed. Rome. The not Rome. The not Rome. The monkey Rome. Ape. The Rome of apes. We've got to have it. The ancient theocratic Pumnian Empire, you know, not the papacy, from Rome, from not Rome, in not Europe. The fractious Scythian peoples of the west around the state of Athens or Vayethu. Fractious Scythian peoples. It is worth surveying the history of these civilizations. Okay, it is worth it. Let's do it. Pumnia, through its various dynasties and dynastic... Oh, it's not Byzantium. It's not Byzantium. Is ruled by the eternal Pudwu, the supposed god emperor, and his noble retainers and governors. Is that the guy on the right? It has remained for the past millennia a relatively cohesive state. It lies around the Pudwurus River Delta. They named the river delta after him. Ecosystem in the southern lands of Ishafaj, notable for growing the euphoria-inducing prube flower in the river and the river grain that has fed the Pumnian civilization. Most of the people of Pumnia live on the rivers, cultivating grain and living in mud or stilt houses. Pumnian civilization is part of a larger continuum of... Oh, they've got the language families in there too. We've got the not Romance language family. The Divish languages and peoples, who include the seafaring rugged Prunts of the southern peninsula. Do you want to quickly go and see the seafaring rugged Prunts who Mr. Bolton will play in the multiplayer? Which southern peninsula, left or right? Which one are we on about? We've got something said about the Viethu, the fractious ones here to the west. The music as well is also just immersing. Perfect. Divish languages and people. Also the seafaring rugged Prunts of the southern peninsula and the jungle-dwelling Roshupton Tuisians, most of whom remain nominal or actual vassals of the Pumnian Empire to this day. Okay, so they got puppets. Out of wars and political conflicts in Pumnian antiquity. See, I'm not even pronouncing normal fucking words properly. It was fraught with many warring noble houses, all claiming some degree of divinity or divine tutelage. Emerged the Vopuduwu, or the Pudwu, the divine emperor, who subdued... Oh, well, we're getting a little bit of... Not China? A little bit of China, actually, maybe in here. No. Who subdued and pacified other nobles, extending his divine grace to the lesser deities. The Pumian state developed a proud military and a highly authoritarian stratified tradition of governance for many years, maintaining a powerful grasp. So big, it's like Byzantine or Rome, big empire trying to maintain control of that region. They have many puppets and also breakaway people. So, okay, take a breather. We've made it through the first bit of lore. Let's get Lucy off the screen there and move on. The Gashji Empire emerged around 1,200 years ago. That is the one in the region of where now Pumia is. Out of a smaller number of plateau-dwelling folk in the central savannah of Ishafaj. At this time, much of the savannah was inhabited by the ancestors of the Beotrin, people speaking... Oh my god, the linguistics is in it. People speaking relatives of Proto-Gashegic, and people speaking now dead languages perhaps related to the Peguti of the southern peninsula. The massive Gashji Empire, founded by Gozomedes I, who ruled from about the year 100 to 140, not Roman years, definitely not real Roman years, became a force for the settlement, colonization and assimilation of massive swathes of central Ishafaj. Isfahan, Persia, that's what it is, come on. Only running up against the might of the Pumnians in the south. Wait, what? No, wait, hold on a minute. The Pumnians were not this empire? The Pumnians were their own people who resisted this empire. The empire was actually in the center of the continent, and the inhospitable deserts and dense jungles of the north and east respectively. The majority of the Gashji practice Kadhoki, the idolatrous faith. Got religion now. The idolatrous faith lauding the four high spirits that rule the world. For nearly 800 years, the empire centered around Pashji, the imperial city. Welcome, citizen, to the imperial city. Remained powerful and influential until a number of political and economic circumstances precipitated this. So, no great man in history allowed. Everything is down to political and economic circumstances. Precipitated the slow disentanglement of the empire. The imperial successor states continued to pay lip service to the empire, but began engaging increasingly in their own endeavours, particularly on the southern coasts of the Jishahagi or the Gaujins, along with the reinvigorated Pumia, engaged in the exploration and exploitation of the southern and eastern continents. We have Britain. So Pumia is actually Britain. It's not Byzantium or a former empire, it's Britain. Britain. And there are many people in Britain accurately represented in this mod. Proper Brexit geezers out there colonising. Meanwhile, the old answer to the experienced political and religious changes. The old iron grip of the deity focus synods was challenged by the anti-magisterial movement, which challenged clerical authority. We got the not Protestant, not Reformation. The preachings of Kaujut Mifajashdafa, the great diviner. I think this guy's come up with an actual language for this, or maybe more than one. And the Kaujut Denovat, the describer, founded the jurico-ethical heretic Mochonic faith which spread throughout the south. The anti-magisterial movement precipitated a large-scale series of uprisings and instability, crystallizing into the liberationist movement, which came to challenge not only clerical but aristocratic power. As we come up to the modern age, okay, we're getting there, the ancient Scythian monarchy of the House of Athos was shattered by the revolutionary liberationist movement of Sublime Vaethu, now the foremost revolutionary state. We've got revolution stuff happening. The mod made it clear that we are in an ancient world which is brutal and violent and there's no enlightenment values, but we have the closest thing, more liberationist things going on. So they're the foremost revolutionary state. They're to the west, we saw them on the map. The Pumnians must grapple with consolidating regional power in a changing world, and the various Gashji look to reconstruct the old empire. Okay, do we want to just go for a playthrough where we play the most content country in that former empire and try to recreate the former empire? That seems like a basic playthrough. It would work. In the far reaches of the north, the Sedentian or Tehurite monarchies, always lagging a bit behind the south, must be gradually awakening and modernizing. At game start, the international political sphere remains dynamic and unstable. Lands are opening up for colonization. Political leaders seek to restore fallen empires. Fantastic. And ancient kingdoms seek to keep a stranglehold of power. Okay, fantastic. This is very useful, obviously. This is extremely good. This right here explains it all. And oh my god, the flags. Look at the flags! If you are a flag enthusiast, this must be a great moment for you. But these are amazing. Look at that. Sorry, Ferrum Mari and Phil Ryan, but these are flags, okay? These are flags. Not to dismiss the great Ferrum Mari mod, which is a great mod. But look at that. Wow. I'm just in awe of the flags for a minute here. We can have a fucking debate about which one's your favourite, but damn, it's great. This is, yeah. Abu Dhabi says, Spud, your face cam is frozen. No, he got me. Well, that would have been this. This is the face cam. This ancient humanoid Australopithecus is doing the walking emoji. Anyway. Pumnia is the one that it seems to be it's the number one great power. It's the one that kind of seems to be a centerpiece of the game. Pumnia is the great dynastic theocratic empire that lies on the southern deltas of Isha-Fash, which is the main continent. They are a highly unequal society with massive numbers of bonded people. Bonded people? That would be a woke modern term for slave. I like it. With massive numbers of bonded people. And while backwards they excel in arms, they have a number of focus expansion routes. Wow. That would be a great playthrough. Catalyst says the stream's vibe was like a slow wine tasting for a Victoria mod. Exactly. Us looking at the flags is exactly like that guy tasting the wine, swirling it around. Take in these flags. Volcanage is a large lake nation lying in the east of Isha-Fash. It's the seat of the great... It's Gozomedes! It's Gozomedes! Oh my god, we got to play that fucking country for Gozomedes. My god. It's him. It's the guy on the right. Gozomedes. We can play his great game. Anyway, it has a strong army and is in a position to unite the now shattered Kizaj and Old Gashti. Okay, Volcanage, that's the playthrough, isn't it? Can we have a quick look? They're big. Okay, Pumnia 10 million pops, Volcanage 5 million. I want to find a thing here. I don't want to play a country that is just no challenge, and it is obviously the biggest one. So I wouldn't really want to play Pumnia, especially in single player. But Volcanage is also quite strong, but they aren't as strong as Pumnia. So they could still be a challenge. And we can also see all of this. Imagine coming up with the names for all of these. And all of that. But you've got the central area, which used to be an empire. And Pumnia, how many puppets, if any, have they got? Nothing effective. No effective actual puppets. But there could be spherelings. So those are the top two countries there. Jishanag. It's a large aristocratic commonwealth on the southern coast of Isha-Fash. They are a Motconic faith and one of the foremost industrial powers. They have a number of outlying colonial possessions and may form the Great Nag. Huh, they can form my wife. What was that country? This one. That's this one here. So they're positioned here, and they have colonies. This island here, that's part of it. So they're a bit of a colonial gameplay, and they can form a map presumably around this region. So there is your third country. Oxagath says Jishnag is the British. That is quite right, probably. Wait, I clicked the wrong thing. We're looking at the fourth country now. What have we got? Gaubja. Gaubja is an industrialized kingdom lying on the temperate eastern shores of Ishafaj. They have a number of colonial territories, noble army, and are in a position to form the Great Nag. So Gaubja, what's the Great Nag? I mean, I'm not asking that as in someone tell me. We're going to learn that if we play and read the events, obviously. But I'm just thinking. So it's actually right next. We've got actually roughly two quite equally balanced countries who can form one formable. So they would be a 1v1 deathmatch in multiplayer, like Ersa Aquitania. Sublime Vayethu with the hand. Sublime Vayethu is the liberationist rump state that lies on the west of Ishafaj, lying in the centre of the old Athishard lands. These revolutionaries seek to exploit the liberationist rebellion to their hostile neighbours. We saw that. That's them. That long enclave. These are the revolutionaries, and they want to expand it. This could be a great playthrough, a very challenging one, if you might have to fight Pumria. So, when we're actually in game, we can start looking at pops and stuff, but we're still getting the absolute wide view from the lower page, okay? And I'm sorry, but it's going to take a long time, and that's just the way it goes. It's going to take a long time before we get into the actual gameplay, you know. I mean, I say if at all, but we will this stream, obviously. Anyway, Vafout, I don't know how you want to pronounce that R letter. That diacritic above there. I've seen a lot of things that look like Persian names in this mod so far, like Isfahan for the continent. We could say that that's a Persian letter, and I think that's a long A vowel, so Vafout, or something like that. Vafout. Big long English A. But well, I'm just going to say Vafout. Simplicity. And it's a large plantation society in the mountain range, diving the Pumrian land, dividing the Pumrian lands from the old Gazdi Empire. They are now in a position to form a defensive compact of the Western Gazdi people. So Vafout. Carlos says banana mines, banana factories. Vafout. Oh, they're right in the middle, There could be a challenge, 2.16 million pops, but a lot of expansion into those small countries maybe. Bolgorug is an aristocratic commonwealth in the north of Ishafaj. The embattled ruling minority of Bolgoran nomad-descended conquerors rose with tenuous grasp over the Ujoi peasantry, leaning on Ranu support. And the Ranu Empire is one of the other countries mentioned there. So what was that? What was that country? Bolgorug on the coast there. We've got a whole other dynamic in the north. Like Mongolians or something, nomads. And they're up there, so that's what's going on up there. Restart the music playlist. Oh no, I've got a new song. Right. Mamatukat. So now we've confirmed all of the top countries are in that main continent. There isn't much lore for the other stuff. All the great powers maybe, and all of these countries mentioned here are in the main continent of Ishafaj. So that immediately kind of helps us to understand the mod. We don't have to pay too much attention to the other continents yet. They're out there to be colonized, really, by these countries. These are the ones we have to think about. So Mamatukat is a powerful Ujoi kingdom in the northwest of Ishafaj. They are seen as the natural protectors of the Sedentarian faith. That's our faith, everyone. And have a number of expansion routes to establish regional influence. And then the Ranu Empire is the rambling, lethargic Inahu Empire of the north. Many subject peoples, they face a decisive moment in consolidating their empire. And with that, we actually have read all the pre-lore of the mod, and we can think of a country to play. There we go. Junior says flags for all the tiny miners too. Yeah, every country has a very good custom flag. Not even just the 9 that we looked at there. All of them. I mean, what about even out here? No, not so much. We have some blank flags, which is fine for the primitive other outside nations. Okay, that's fine. Some of them have flags. Look at this. This looks cool. Oh my god, the pops on that, 18 million. Kushibi Empire, uncivilized, loads of puppets. we can't get too far into looking at the other places. We have to figure out this continent first. So, but this mod sprang to mind an obvious thing that may have inspired it, which is last year I read a book called A Different Flesh by Harry Turtledove. I read that book last year. And I think that has some inspiration for this, because it is almost quite, well, very similar as a concept. Has anyone read it before? And I got that from Leakey's bookshop in Inverness last year. And that book, is that in the chat? A Different Flesh. I got an image of two different versions of the book cover here. I got the edition on the left there, but I wish I found an edition which is the one on the right, because look at that. Somehow it's introduced by Isaac Asimov, but it wasn't written by him. So this book posits the idea that the Americas, only the Americas, was not inhabited by humans, but was inhabited by these people, your Australopithecus people, an ancient humanoid species. They couldn't speak, read, write. They're very primitive, but they kind of could communicate with signs and grunts to humans when humans started to colonize America. And the book's about just that kind of weird alternate history scenario and how that would work. So I think that book may have inspired this mod. And it was pretty good. It was pretty good. There's about 5 different short stories that take place at different times through history as that sort of alternate history thing is explored. Taco asks, are we going monkey mode today? Absolutely. We're going to get into it very soon. Thank you so much for the Prime for 23 months. Before we get into it though, the only way I'm going to get through this is to go and grab a cup of tea. So give me, we've just gone through a massive lore dump. Give me a couple minutes, chat, okay? Talk amongst yourselves about monkeys. Spam monkey noises or something. I am going to be back in a couple of minutes. Right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. So, very interesting premise for a mod, and we can clearly see there's so much, so much effort and time put into the creation of it. We can see so far. It's such extensive lore. It's not just, when you think about monkey mod, oh my god, they replaced Vic 2 with monkeys. It's such a crazy idea. It doesn't sound like it's as in-depth and well thought out as this actually is. But I'm just going to talk about a couple of things overall before we look into actually playing. But Victoria 2 and making a monkey mod for it. There's not really much visualization of pops in Victoria 2, is there? When you think of making a mod that overhauls into monkeys, what about this mod, if it wasn't for the title, would make you think, oh, these people are monkeys? There's nothing in the game that shows that. We're going to see that the pop icons actually are, and that's about the only thing. Because this game is, Victoria 2 is rationalized, it's a spreadsheet. You don't see that. It's not like you're playing a Mountain Blade Warband mod that turns the characters into monkeys and you can see it and play them. So it's really interesting. And I would like to pick the mod developer's brains and ask why, and confirm if he was inspired by A Different Flash by Harry Turtledove, which I strongly suspect he was. But the main question that Bandit there says, why not? And that is great. I mean, why not indeed? But if you look at this map and read the lore that we just read, that could have all been humans as well. There's no reason it couldn't have been also. I'm not saying it should have been. I think it's a great idea and it's fascinating and it's crazy and wacky and amazing, but it could have all been humans. It's just a fantasy sort of world. It's low fantasy. It's like Pharaoh Mari. There's a former big old empire that collapsed. There's different countries. You'd have to change a little bit about the different races, or aka species as it is in this or whatever. But in real life Earth, there were different races that went around enslaving and conquering others, unfortunately. So, it's not too far-fetched to just... Chad Todd says, how does a mod about a world of primates have such extensive lore? Something that gives us the impression it's an MP only mod? No, the mod, if you look at the MDB, the moddb, it does mention it has multiplayer decisions and events in it. So this mod, and we should play multiplayer in it sometime, absolutely. I'm just doing a single player overview. But the mod is made for both single player and multiplayer, but the mod has multiplayer in mind. They have multiplayer grants and stuff in the game, in the mod. More promising than Ambanar, says Bandit. So, now we actually have to think... Oh my god. Now we actually have to think what country we play. And I don't want to play as Pumnia because they are clearly the strongest by all appearances. Maybe not technologically, and maybe they're really repressive and unequal and they have problems there, but they are most pops in the civilized, not Europe continent, and militarily very strong, so we would just crush any AI. However, there are several countries in some areas here. There's some, the Sublime Vayefu there in the west is in a kind of religious... No, they're the ones that are politically liberationist. They're trying to spread their revolution so they could be a playthrough. And then we've got Gaubja and Jishang here who can compete to form a formable. The Nag thingy. People are saying the Sublime Vayetu seems like an underdog. Yeah, especially if they have to go up against Pumia. But there's also Vaf out here, who are destined to kind of recreate a big, the Gafshid Empire. I'm going to get a lot of the names technically wrong, but I'm trying to just sort of piece them together and remember them. But there's a big, giant former empire 1,000 years ago over the center area here that was called the Gafshid or something. Okignath, who I think has clearly played the mod before, says he would recommend either Jishnag or Vokonaj. Vokonaj seems too strong for me to really get an underdog sort of playthrough, although they'd probably be fun. But, you know, any one of them would be fine. I kind of do feel this one seems like it has a plot or a story to it, where you're trying to spread a revolution. Fuck, what if we play Bath out? What if we play this? What if we try and recreate that empire? Okay. They need to make monkey sprites, by the way. Here we are. They absolutely must make monkey 3D models eventually. They need to work on that. Chad Dodd says apparently it had a new patch released 3 hours ago. Shut up. It's not true. Go to the moddb. Like, what have we got going on here? Where do we start? We also, now that we're in the game, we can look at other things. We can, I dare say, look at the culture map mode. Okay. Okay then. Okay. It's true? My god. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute, chat. I accidentally just loaded up Vegas Pro. Get me the moddb right now. I need to look at the changelog to see if it's big enough of an update to make me immediately try and play it. Mind you, we haven't started playing yet. You know. It's true! Fucking hell! There was an update. Wait, no, I think I'm already on 1.0.6. No, I think I am. I think I caught that. I think that's... I think that's around when I installed the game to play it today. I think we actually are on that patch from 3 hours ago, because that's around when I set up the fucking stream. But yeah, I'm telling you, that's what I've said. The mod is active. This is kind of the cutting edge of 2026 Victoria 2 modding. I should point that out. I think I read he said that the mod has been developed for about 3 years, and it was officially launched about 6 months ago. Basically, 2026, maybe December 2025. Do we still have music? Yep, there's loads of music in the Kevin MacLeod playlist. Yeah, yes, Chad. Okay, my description on YouTube was wrong. I didn't think about that. I did write that 3.0.6 was released on March 26th and not 3 hours ago. I didn't read the dates that they were released, but I am playing on the latest patch, which came out today. So, cultures, what have we got? South Gash D, Northern Gash G. That is the ancient empire sort of thing. And North Gash G as well. Okay. Pumnian has its own culture. Okay. Hahuibi. Oh yeah, yes, Power of the Zones. Yes, move the chat up so you can see the world map. I probably had the chat... I probably used to have the chat covering that section of the map because seeing the normal map is not interesting in that corner, but with this map, it's probably nice to see this new map in the corner. So, Vupaiti. The thing in the lore of the mod about different actual species of humanoid, in practical in-game terms, that doesn't have any effect unless there are scripted events and things that make that matter in some way. Because in Victoria 2 you just have culture and accepted cultures and primary cultures. So even though the mod lore will have you believe that there are different species, there are just cultures and pops with the way the game works. And that is fine. And even these places over here, very detailed. The mod mentioned the northern seas are very stormy, and also maybe looking at the bottom right is important because that gives you an idea of the whole world. And this is the main continent here in the northeast, the northwest of it, I mean, northwest. This seems to be the most isolated island. And oh my god, what is it called? We are coming up with linguistic con languages that you've never seen before. Let's take Navajo as our inspiration for this language. These province names look like a Turkish person laughing in chat. Someone will get that. RGO map? Well, that's boring basic ass Vic 2 stuff. We've got to look at the unique shit. The cultures. Where are the populations? So, okay, the lore mentioned an ancient imperial city. Would that be the one which is standing out on the population density map? Xiaomi? This city here. Wait, what? This city? No, wait. That's not dense. It's this one. Pashji. The fucking 761k pop sulfur. So there's your RGO. There's a fucking city. And with the different cultures in it, it looks like it must have been an imperial capital. 3 different random countries have cores on it. West Gashti, as well as all sorts of stuff. I've got to show you the custom icons, mainly for the pop types. So let's look at that. This is amazing. I put this in the thumbnail of the stream. This shit's amazing. They are the same pops as Victoria 2 for the most part, but my god, the icons. That is phenomenal. I love it. So we get to here and we get serfs, which is kind of like an HPM-y thing, which is in some mods. We have slaves, 492k of them, which is like a quarter of my population. We have soldiers, nice. And we have 20,000 thralls, which is an alternate form of slave of some description. So I'm hoping for 3D monkey models on the map, by the way. I would love that. So if we look at our overall country, the 2.16 million pops we've got are mostly West Gashji, which is the population of that former empire. But we also have a lot of Shagmot people. And all the Shagmot people, they're not all slaves. Where are the Shag? This is our country. They are spread out. We have Avuno here. They are coming. The fucking what? The Shagmots are just around here. Around here. Let me discover things at my own pace, by the way, chat. We will look through everything. Decisions. Oh my god, what have we got here? Princely Despotate. Player settings to configure the game that are only available on day 1. We have an encyclopedia, so if you want to do even more reading, we've got to do even more reading. Decide our national objective. A national objective for the next 10 years. It will provide our country with a number of modifiers. Wow. This is... Not only does the mod have the unique background and lore, there are unique mechanics and things that have just been developed in here. Unique mechanics. So we can choose a national objective. Form Kidnaj. You must control Pashji to form Kidnaj. And oh my god, the wall of text for this. Oh, did we read that? Was this? This was the empire? This was the old empire, I think. Is basically the the gist of it. Joniel says custom month names. Oh my god, yeah. Custom months. Fowls are for eating. Fowls are for food. Anyway, so the old empire of Keednaj, they were a great empire. They carried the law of the empire from the northern reaches to the southern jungles, integrated politically for nearly a millennium. Yeah, they started off about 100, year 100, and lasted about 1,000 years. They're the Rome. They're the Rome. And the imperial city, an urban settlement of Pashji. Yes, we mentioned that. That was a great imperial city. We looked at that city. We can see on the pop density that one. The Gashji culture. That's the culture that we actually have as our country. Language and commerce. Yeah. Centuries of increasingly corrupt, incompetent, and distracted leadership, spiraling devolution of power into local Jadovs, great lords. Provincial governors and military commanders led to a slow and painful decoupling of the bonds of the empire, driven by civil wars, puppet emperors. Yep, Rome. It's Rome. It's widely reckoned that Boshaji IV, the so-called Sorrowful, was the last true emperor of the lineage of the god who managed first and the great, despite the long continued presence of normal imperial personage in Pashji. Okay, our state, to the exclusion of others for the first time in centuries, holds paramount influence across the old imperial lands. Our rivals lay defeated and submissive are totally conquered. Okay. We can form that. And what do we need? We need 100 prestige. That's doable. We've got 75 now. And we need to own the capital city. And then we need to own all the cores of Kijna, which might be very hard to identify unless we have... Oh, shit. That's the empire. Okay. It's not just the central area with the decentralized many states. It includes those two countries that can form the Nag, and it includes the Vokonaj up there. Well, it includes basically the areas that are populated by the South Gadji, the Northern Gadji, and the West Gadji. That's our goal. We have to control all of that by sphere or puppet or direct ownership to form this map, by the way. So damn, that's a hell of a task. 9% literacy. We can also go and form the Chibnaj, the defensive state of the times of trouble. The first anti-magisterialist instability. This is something about religion, I think. Is it? No. Maybe. The Central Gashtik for centuries has been a faction vulnerable around the titular empire, but the Jadovs of the provinces rule with iron fists. Is this an intermediary formable, I think? Volkozaj has long pretended to the imperial mantle, but it regularly prevents various wars. Lonely and proud Vaf outstood beleaguered against the might of Pumnia, who would dismantle our fortresses to make us tributaries. In recent years, there is a talk of reviving the Chibnaj, this time with even greater centralized political authority. These dreams have often failed. Our paramount influence in central Gajdik has brought us to a position where we can organise the Chibnaj once more. Indeed, as we speak, delegates are assembling in Gij to throw loyalty to the new flag. This is an intermediary formable. What do we need? Just Chibnaj cores. We can form it now with the other requirements, but we need the Chibnaj cores. What are the Chibnaj cores? Chibnaj is this flag. They're not here. They're here. They're here. It's all the small countries and Gumadijaj here. It's the central area. It's the central area. Okay. And yes, let's look at the RGO map. Grain has its own different icon, which just gives the mod a different feel, even though it's the same thing. We also have cattle looking different, but otherwise, and you know, we don't have many industrial resources in our country. Look at that. The Pumnians have iron in the mountains. We've got fuck all. We've got no iron. Oh. Oh dear, where's the coal? Got no coal. Oh. But there's coal up here. And then the capital city has the sulfur. capital city. It's not just the capital of the old empire, it is the sulfur capital of the world. Kuesoka asks, what type of monkey are you? Well, we established in the lore that this continent in the main area is inhabited by the main hairy ass monkeys. The northern places were inhabited by these tall, white, hairless people or something. And then there's other weird, strange, unknown creatures across all the other continents. I think that's the gist of it. The quote-unquote most civilized monkeys are these. And also look at the army icons. The army icons. And not even fucking nickname generals with unique names. Snake Mangler. Fucking yes. Drink that lore. Drink that up. It goes hard. So 2 formables. And that's it. That's all the decisions. That's all the decisions. Okay. Okay. I see. We don't have an industry. 17 robes. Okay. Okay. Quite difficult. I mean, I wonder if the game has the mod has any different stuff about artisans. And commoner levies irregulars. These are accepted pops being made irregulars. Let's just delete one of them, which will open up a spot, and see if we can even make another unit. Now, do I have a sphere of influence? No. But we can work on that. We can either sphere shit or conquer shit. We can conquer shit that's our accepted pops and sphere shit that's not in our... What's our accepted pop? Just West Gaji, okay. Just all of these. So we can conquer that and sphere the coal, for example. They'll ally me. We can sphere the coal and sphere the people who are unaccepted down here. Like this. Not that there's that many good RGOs down there, but there's a bit of sulfur. Let's sphere the sulfur, even though they're accepted. Let's sphere the capital city. That seems important. There's even a custom currency icon. Like, wow, I need to shake hands with the maker of this mod. I mean, who thinks to do that? And it just looks so good. There's different icons as well. Do you have any idea how peak this mod is? In terms of like design and things like that? UI changes? Little subtle changes? And of course, the tech tree I've been told was completely different. Umnian Naki War Experience, what did they mean by that? And what are the icons? Gozomedes army thought Gozomedes is Napoleon. He's Monkey Napoleon. Look at that! What the hell? They didn't need to do this. They didn't need to have a monkey with a flintlock rifle sitting there. But they did anyway. I guess they're all the same, and that's fine. Okay, that's cool. Navy, battleship, early modern naval tactics, steamers, that's all the same. That's all the same. Not that we don't have to worry about this as our country. Oh my god, what is that monkey? That's a sailor of some description. Oh my god, it's a monkey with coins in his hand for the money. The money second wave speculation, what's all that? Oh my god, what the hell is that? Industry, okay. Culture, I dread to think what's in here. Style, atheosic, pastoralism, messianism, political dogma. Wow. Logicism. Okay, what are the icons? It's a thinking monkey. It's a cultural monkey for prestige. Yeah, that's still your prestige tree. This is still your research points. Is that Charles Darwin as a monkey or something? Functionalism comes out in 1312 research points in 4 years. Pazax Quanta, a robed monkey. Nemosianism. That's education. So the tech things are still the same. What they are. Political dogma. It's monkeys debating politics, and this is still the same. It gives you all the plurality. So I'm gonna research political dogma first. We're gonna get that. And automatism. Automatonism. And that's still your useless tech tree experience thing. Industry. What have we got here? Much the same. That's fine. Water wheel power. Picture of industry. Picture of industry. Picture of industry. Railroads. Monkey railroads. And just a nice medicine cabinet. Okay. Nothing crazy there. Right. That small little state wanted to ally me. So, I don't know. Let's fear them. Why not? Monkeys debating politics is the last 10,000 years of human history summarized. Yeah. Okay. Music is still going. Good. And what else would you do when starting a game of Victoria 2? I think we've done it all. Set a national focus. Okay. Admin map mode looks bad, so let's shove it as our most popular state. Encourage bureaucrats. Ah. The icons of the pups are in there too. Amazing. Look at the enslavement. Wait, facilitate enslavement? There's a national focus to create slaves or something, or enslave more people, because you can't really do that in Vic 2. And this is a world allegedly in which slavery is more widespread and there's less enlightenment. So you want to be able to do that. Forced assimilation. That's interesting. The assimilation national focus that's in the multiplayer HDA version in the videos is plus 300% with no downside. This is a more reasonable plus 20% with militancy as well. So that's nice. Crowhorse asks if any neighbours have cores on me. No. I wouldn't think so. No. But you have, obviously we all have this big formable of the Gashti Empire. What else was different? That's something. There was. Oh, I have 2 national focuses. Let's get them both on the same thing. Political parties are different. Kind of. The Prince's Party. Well, they're not really different, but they have different names. Wait. Free Yoker. Free Yoker. Free Yoker. And they are. I don't know. They are something. Foreign trade. They're against foreign trade, they're agrarian, and they're moralist. I don't know what they are. Free Yokers. That's what they're, just free Yokers. Our current party has state capitalism, whereas most of the other parties are agrarian. Reforms? Yeah, good question. Reforms. Lots more stuff. It's like expanded reforms that you might see in HBM or something. There are more levels of slavery. We've got centralization versus decentralization. What is this? EU5? Okay. These are all just entirely voting based reforms. They don't do anything else. Worker protections. Okay. Well, let's see. I mean, what would we want to go for? Okay, they are completely different. Which ones would we want to go for? Different bureaucracies, that would be bad. Appointed bureaucrats. Okay. This bureaucracy, they are just objectively better. Just more tax. Ad hoc development. Factory input minus. So this is just a bit of a boost to industry in general. Public order, feudal courts, admin efficiency down, admin efficiency up, admin efficiency. Okay. Thraldom. As opposed to, there's 2 different types of slaves. We can see that a lot of the reforms are just objective improvements on others, and there's not much downside. And there's your healthcare. Pop growth, it goes up 0.01 each time. So that's important. Got these. Passion points, immigrant attraction. Okay. I mean, and slavery is just downright allowed. Slaves have some legal protections against abuse. All slaves are owned by the state. We can nationalize the slaves, which is what happens when you abolish slavery in real life, actually. Right? Am I right, guys? We're all just slaves to the state if we're not outright slaves to private people, right? Morality police, I'm crying, says Sloppy Charm. Gradual abolition and outlawed. Migration, serfdom and all that. We've got to get rid of serfdom. Peonage and all that. Those are straight out of other mods. Arcadius Rex says we're just monkeys in a cage, man. Oh, there's emigration and immigration law. Fucking hell. Crazy. Amazing. In depth. A lot of work. 3 years went into making this, according to the developer, and it was only officially released 6 months ago. So, 2.5 years of development before being released in any shape or form. Maybe in those 2.5 years we heard rumours. Hey, did you hear? This guy's making a monkey mod. And we all wrote him off. Wrote him off. He said, making a monkey mod? What are you on about? Are you crazy? So we need to pick a national thing. We need to pick a national objective. What's it going to be? Is this okay? It's up on. It's a replacement of national value. It's just national value. Okay. That's the icons. These icons could be straight out of a game developed by the mod maker. Just his own game. National. Oh my god. It's going to be tough to choose. There's an assimilation one, but it's only plus 5%, which isn't much. Research points thingy looking obviously objectively good. Extraction for a great economy. Stability to get rid of rebels. Effective administration. Expansion, infamy mantis. Oh. Is that icon not just out of EU4 actually, that expansion one? Abu Dhabi says some say the developer is a monkey himself. Military command for army, national defense for mobbing, industrialization, reform, reaction. Some of these you could argue are meta. Maybe the reform one is meta so that you can get reforms which improve the country in loads of ways. Economically, admin, healthcare pops, you can get reforms out of that one. So that could be a really good one. Let's say EU4 aggressive expansion image, yeah. That's the EU4 vassal icon or break from vassal icon or something. Or disloyal vassal, something like that. Encourage immigration is there such a thing as a new world? But let's just be simple and get national research, shall we? What would be the player settings? Disable bankruptcy events is recommended, so it... fuck it, leave it on. Disable sanctions, nations... 46 infamy for sanctions. Callum says this mod is bananas. 46, keep that in mind. Enable multiplayer content to put on grants and stuff. That's good. Enable pandemics. It has a system for simulating the spread of one major pandemic per game. Enacting this decision will enable pandemics for everyone. Okay. Double all pops. What the hell? Why? Wow. Okay. It helps. AI econ helper. This will help the AI with the economy because apparently the economy is a little bit broken because it's run by monkeys. Let's help the AI with their economy. Re-enable craftsman exploit. When non-accepted pops automatically contribute due to the Victoria 200 create craftsman pops. Well, the mod maker knows what the fuck he's talking about. with the in-depth Victoria II stuff. And then there's an encyclopedia. Well, that's it for... As a player, though, and well, rather than putting off sanctions or anything, if I think that Infamy is containing me for some reason, I can just use Infamy events, right? What do we get when we click on the encyclopedia and become a monkey reading something? The encyclopedia... Verfatica? My country's name? It just uses your own country's name as the adjective? Amazing. It's to some knowledge of our civilization. This is a dynamic encyclopedia. You will have open access to entries that are relevant to your own state. Further afield, they will have to be unlocked, and they can be done by conquering regions, unlocking certain things. This is insane. What? You made a dynamic encyclopedia that only contains information that you would have access to now? We'll get events when we get a new entry in the encyclopedia. Well, what about our country? What about it? Well, I think we already kind of read about it in the intro, but this is probably more in depth. It's one of the oldest imperial pieces of the Kidnaji patrimony. One in the early conquests of God Himado, the lawgiver, back in 149. The second emperor from the Burotan princes, who swore nominal fealty to the Bothpumnian dynasty. We were settled by the great noble families and peopled by eager settlers and missionaries. It has maintained a position as a state with a strong army and has fought numerous border wars with the Pumnians. Okay, yeah, big enemy. As well as maintains a protective wardship over many of the inner states of the Vodmu Delta. The current ruling dynasty are the Utkos House, Imperial Constables, and we exercise regional rule in the name of the Emperor. Okay. Okay. Does that mean we shouldn't deck on these countries because we're kind of nominaling their lords and we should really sphere them? What does that mean? What if I were to actually unpause the game 1 hour 24 minutes into the stream? I'm sphering and allying shit, and let's see, can we make... Oh, wait, what are we... Sorry, we have to pause. We don't have to pause, but we can look at the units. Sapper, aka engineers. Artillery's artillery. Winery, there's no horses. They're on fucking pigs. Hold on. They're pigs. Swinery gunner is a dragoon with reconnaissance. Swinery raider, cuirassier. Swinery lancer, and a scout. Damn. Hog riders. It's hog riders! Money. We don't have to fund our army now, I guess. The month of winter's end? February? I think. Mubaru? That's this, on a lake. A lake called Chuhim. Okay. The iron is all to our south in the Pumnian Empire. We have accepted pops in Pumnia. They have 30 brigades. We're disproportionately militarily equal to them. Shall we fight? They have 6 mil-tech. We have 5. They are militarily advanced though. Let's try justifying on one of the minor countries though, yeah. This one's quite big. We can take that one. Nidad. This. They're allied. This one's already allied to me. Who are we allied to? Quite a lot of them. Let's not justify one we're allied to. There's this one here. Let's just take this. Tiny conquest, 5 infamy. Tributary. Okay, extract tribute, demand reparations. Infamy goes down slowly. Only 0.1. That's slow. Our tributaries outright puppets. Where can we see someone with tributaries? Well, these guys down here have tributaries. Puppet. It does still say puppet, but that probably is still just tributary. Just in the name of the casus belli. Pumnia is fearing Fobonage. Shit, what do we do? I think that's Pumnia's flag. Yeah, no. Who is that? I thought that was Pumnia's flag, but it's actually Vokonage because it's up north. Okay. Vokonage is more of an enemy than Pumnia because they're the ones that are rival for the formable. Pumnia's just there. They can't really form anything. Prub epidemic. Remember in the lore how it mentioned there was an addictive substance called prub which is produced? See? Even the little things like prub epidemics are in this. Is prub an RGO? Yeah. It definitely is. Oh, it's called Nujdap? That's something else actually. It's something else. Nujdap. We can start rolling generals. We just rolled Gozomedes Pautage. We're out of money while defunding the army. So we need that admin efficiency, definitely. That's the problem. And it's just the amount of slaves. Having slaves is terrible in Vic 2. Even if the mod wants to make it more widespread. Laughing Cavalier says we need Monkey Abraham Lincoln. Yeah. The AI economy helper also seems the kind of nuclear economy, says Little Bokaida. Oops. I made the AI's economies great, but mine is going to be shit. Ape Lincoln. What are the religions of my people? Cocknoddy and Mohroine. There was some stuff about this in the introductory text, but I can't really remember the religious stuff. I can't remember where Fobonage is. But the main thing is I'm swearing this one for the coal. Okay, well, we might go bankrupt. I don't know. It seems likely. First war. We sent in the Hog Riders. Alright, who's next that we're not allied to? Well, we could take this one. A Nudie, aka TRGO, might be profitable. Dahambada might be spared. Wait, we have a Sphereling. We're getting Spherelings. Lowly Conquest, not as much as Tiny Conquest. These are our accepted pops though, so let's gobble this up. Locusts on the horizon. I left my son out in the sun with the roof. This is completely unique. A black cloud gathering. This is not good. Okay, locusts. Baudma. Any province that is one of the following savanna plains and farmlands gets locust threat from the 22nd of first rain. Oh, calculating shit and working out when things are going to happen with the custom month names. That's going to be difficult. I need to have a chart in front of me and write out the different names of the months. But that's not good. But where's Faudma though? Is that a state that I own? Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Faudma. So Savannah, Plains and Farmlands. AKA everything apart from the one step province. Thank you so much, Doomlord, for the 25 months. What does that modifier do? Nothing yet. But it is menacing. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, it's fucked. Localization fail on that because of the custom thingy. The locusts are here. What can I do? 50 fucking thousand fake currency to try and do any kind of relief. Damn, it's over. It's over. It's gonna happen to every one of them. Let's see how much that puts my pop growth down to. Will Chade na hold out? It's got locust threat, but it doesn't have the look. It's over. They got it. Okinath says, yeah, locusts are really bad. Guy who knows the Gozomedes great game mod, locusts are bad, let me tell you. Thanks. Thanks for the info. I guess bananas are counted under the fruit RGO. It's gone. The locust blade's gone. That's fine. That wasn't too bad. I didn't visibly see us losing that many pops. Admin efficiency's up, but that's not really helping the economy much. Medicine's medicine. That would be the next tech to get. Wait. Did the other guys fear that? Vorkanage, not skill issue, you're getting banned. Sphering other shit. What's the diplomat mode looking like? We need to sphere across all of this shit. Let's sphere the stuff. Oh, there's a competition going on for that already between the AI. Oh, don't know if we're going to get that. The Kingdom of Gauja. Let's sphere that and that. Because these ones, the fobinage is important. That's part of the chibs and are formable. We would want to get that. I am working on sphering the capital, the great capital city. Oh shit, they were allied to someone. Do I need to fund the army? Like I can afford to do that. Let's get my 1-1 and attack that. Yeah, why not? Right, hold on a minute. So who am I at war? I'm at war with another country as well. Jadim. I can go and add war goals on them. But it would be adding the capital and I would be disconnected from it. I'll tell you what I'll do to this one. Make tributary, 5 infamy. Boom. There would be a perfect tributary. AKA puppet, I think. This mod, no Diplo wait time. Crazy. So we separately piece out Paduan. Germanics. And we go and actually siege down this. We're sphering the capital. Sphering the capital. We sphere the Great Empire of Padshi. That gives us an amazing economic modifier that saves the country. God, Jimenez. Snake Mangler Zobolt, my great general. Wait, am I war with another country as well? Duck? There's Duck. Where is the Huck? The Huck? This one. Okay. Accepted pop side. I've just annexed that one separately, to be honest. Rebel factions. Bondsman rebels. Slaves. Retreat to neutral. Delete, please. Alright, let's encourage ape clergymen. You separate. I cannot separately do anything to them because they're not bordering me. That means make tributary. No, sphere is cheaper. They would accept that. They would accept puppet now. I think that's puppet. Yeah. Now defund the army. Okay, we have a puppet. Will they like me? Will they be in my actual sphere? No. They actually like me. They like me. So, what's going on in the chat? Someone said, hello colonizing boy, how are you? And then called me a fascist. Andrea asks, what's the story behind the mod? Well, I went over that for the entire first hour and a half of the stream. I don't need to repeat too much about that. It's complicated. Now we're just playing a country in Victoria 2 that is really bad economically, and we have some competition for sphering against Vokonaj. Big rival for my formable. Minuscule Conquest. Don't know, that's not me. Simularduck says, hopefully it's not a pre-recorded stream. But what is the urgent thing that chat needs to know that you want me to answer right now? Okay, we got the national focus. We got more plurality, and I can never say that word, and we're going for medicine now. Need to win this sphere battle, it's crucial. And other places that border me, this one, I am at friendly with this one. I think I actually start at friendly with a lot of these places. Yeah, I start at friendly. That's the in-game thing. And I've got to think, I can only conquer places that I border. So that means I should carve some kind of path of conquest so that I can keep conquering shit. I definitely want to conquer down this way. Or do I? Because they're unaccepted. I would puppet, maybe. But a lot of countries are becoming friendly with this because there's competition. So these two countries are both friendly with Shukanaj, which means they might intervene, which might mean a war if I were to go for this one, which could be a war, and I would probably win, maybe. JJ says, what makes you like Vic 2 so much? Not that I hate it, but something about it is so hard to wrap my head around compared to EU4. I would say exactly the same thing to you about EU4. Victoria 2 is a simulation that simulates a world. EU4 is very gamey, board game-like, and a bunch of modifiers that doesn't simulate much other than maybe some trade moving dynamically. But it's really just a bunch of modifiers loosely influencing each other, which are all based on the 3 modifiers of mana. So, don't like it. The bastards banned me in one place. Oh yeah, they're making a big sphere. Look at that. My sphere carving in, his sphere carving in. We need to take down Volcanage. We need to kill them so hard that they drop out of GP status. Similar Doc says, so Spod, if you dislike EU4, then what of EU5? Well, EU5 is a simulation with pops and all sorts of things, much more like Victoria 2 than EU4. And I like EU5 a lot, although I think it has its own problems in terms of its own kind of bloat and over-complexity in many ways, actually, and difficulty of the UI in making sense of what's going on and all sorts of different things. So I don't do what Chess Price says. He says he goons to EU5. No, not quite. And we're playing it every Saturday in multiplayer and having a blast. And the pacing of the game is really off as well. I think it's really slow. So I'm being called in by Vufnaj, which is this country here that I'm allied to, because Shuknach is conquering it. But it seems like Shuknach is called in the kingdom of Gaubja. Feels like I'm playing June or something. This could be a great way of intervening against Gaubja and helping a little country, and I am strong enough and I can mob. We might go bankrupt. In fact, yeah, we're on the verge of bankruptcy as we speak, actually. We're very much on the verge of bankruptcy. But what can we do? If the economy is this bad, there's nothing I can really do about it. I want to join this war, and we're fighting these two countries. I want to take land or puppet. I want to probably puppet this country. Maybe we can take this coastal region so we can get a coast for some reason. It does open up access to colonizing, which is a great way of disproportionately making you stronger. Right, so we're fighting that big war. And we probably can't reinforce, we probably don't get goods. We can't build artillery, we might just have to build some infantry and cavalry. We can't really build artillery, which is normal. I don't even think I can build infantry. We might have to focus on cavalry. Or a hog rider. Might have to build hog riders. We didn't really roll any good general whatsoever. But best we have is a 1. I'm hoping the AI doesn't have anything. I think we can just go and take that fight. No river crossing. Oh, and what about... Am I the war leader? What about me calling in some allies, eh? What about that? I've got a kind of vassal swarm. Why not use it? Call in the guys that I just puppeted. Call in the coal miners up there. I've got coal in my sphere. When you're fighting the AI, make use of the AI. Fight fire with fire. Call in a vassal swarm. Supply limit overall in places seems to be quite generous. That seems good. We might step back a little bit and let our AI allies do a lot of the work, because we're just going to take loads of attrition. That's a really bad roll that is causing us a lot of casualties, unfortunately. I'm being attacked by the AI. Will my allies help me? Hoja, are you my puppet? No, I can't control you. Reinforce my battle if they're still... No, some other guys moved in. What's going on here? Who's that? That's Gaubja. That's my main enemy. Get in there. Get in there. Gotta fight Gaubja. My guys arrived on the last day of a battle and joined an auto retreat. Fantastic stuff. It's chaos, and I don't know who's who. I really don't know who's who. They just 9-1 rolled me against no commander as well, the AI. It's unfortunate. It's a tough war. Very tough war. I'm going to take a few losses. My AI. We're going to pull out of that battle to the forest. Or there. Who else am I allied to that might help? We need more people. This one. They followed up. Well, I need to pause. Which country is this? So, who's who in this battle? So, it's my guys who are winning this battle. That's my 38 and the enemy's 8, so that's fine. We'll leave that. This battle's going well. It's defensive in a terrain advantage over a river crossing. Okay. The AI pulled out. Who's who in that battle? We're winning that battle. That's my allies, I think. Bobinage. Oh, that's right there. I should have called them in from the start. They're very important to this war. Bobinage. And I need to ban Falconage and Bobinage. We're coming up with names we've never heard of. We have to ban Falconage and Babinage. Who knows? Okay, we've utterly routed the AI. We're winning. We send the snake mangler into that and attack them. That's the enemy winning a battle there, I think. We need to put a stop to this. Encirclement. 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 Rolled a 2 attack. So we've taken out the main, well, all the enemies sent their armies up to take Bobinage. So we've occupied the main guy in the war. We can separately puppet him. We can separately puppet Shushkanash. That would be funny. Yeah, make tributary. And we can just... Not yet. So that's Gaubja. They've got one of the flags that goes hard as their flag. And that's the enemy here. Oh god, what this is the shit that happens when you fight the AI. Out of nowhere a big stack comes and they've encircled it by moving through neutral. This is what happens in the AI. But since it's AI, you can just do this. Better defeat, it says. Okay, what the hell? The Thrall culling season. That looks AI generated. And this... I think we're about to eat the Thralls. If our country is one that has certain regions that engage in the rearing and culling of Thralls. Or those hominids used for man-flesh cultivation. Fantastic stuff. In most cases, thralls are usually made of one of the more vegetarian hominids and encouraged to graze in the scrublands, forests, or other hinterlands, where they live in nature to collect foods. As they age, once the thralls have sufficiently reproduced, the men are usually castrated and the women spayed. The absence of sex hormones encourages them to get flabby, creating a chewy, fatty meat. This is dark, really. They are then culled at about 15 to 16 years of age. Okay. It's a great festival as well. A great bloodletting. Okay. Blood puddings are quickly made. Some eyes are consumed raw. He wasn't lying when the thing... So this is it. maybe we make money. Maybe they make we get money out of it. I don't know. They would not accept a separate puppet piece, despite how well we're winning the war. Wait. I think I offered the wrong thing in the piece. We need to revert. Oh my god, wait. How frequent are the saves? Oh shit. I don't know what I just offered them. Normally when I open up the Diplo thing and I'm offering something, I'm demanding the thing that I want, but not there. Why the fuck would it say the refresh rate's not 144? I thought we had it at that. But I changed it to that earlier. It's yearly. Winter's End is near the start of a year, because that's February. I don't think we went back that far if we were to revert to that autosave. I think we're okay. First of winter. Yeah, we've nearly finished sieging the thing. We're fine. Just a quick little revert because I misclicked. Like, we click on this, we go demand peace terms, and there's nothing. Did I not add the war goal? Shukanage. Who did it? Cut Shukanage down to size. Vafut make tributary from Shukanage. I cannot demand it. It seems I can only add it to demand it from the war leader. So I clicked on offering or something. So I think I'll be using all my war score on the main country, Kingdom of Gaugja, just to make a tributary out of that country, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. And also, did you notice the war exhaustion icon? Guess what? It's a monkey. Look at that. It's a monkey with a bandage. Oh, I just rolled a really good general. 3-2. That wouldn't have happened in the other timeline. How relaxing. Speed 3 though. So chat, as a result of watching my stream, have any of you gone and downloaded this mod? There's the bankruptcy, and frankly, there's just absolutely nothing I can do about it. And we don't really need to be funding the army now anyway, because we're at the point where we've won the war. Problem is, it's going to make us lose great power status, which kind of ruins our game, in a way. But we might regain it from winning this war. For example, I can add humiliate on the Georgia. Or I could take a colony. What colonies does Georgia have? I mean, finding them. That's the question. What have they got? North Jibbo. Yes, yeah, it's this island. Mollusk oil. I don't know if that's good. Junois. Oh, it's a colony on their own land, which has grain. And the third colony? Juyi. Oh. Oh, it's just right next to that. Okay. Oh my god! An iron colony! We're back! We're back! If we get that, a fucking iron colony! That's what we need. That saves our campaign. An iron colony. We'll take that. Juyi, how much war score is that? 7. We can afford it. We're back. Chesapeake says we need the Spud Pog. Well, if you join the channel membership, there are emotes. I can't guarantee a Pog, but there are emotes. Now that I've added a Woggle and Garbja, I think I can separately piece with these though. Yeah. That was the thing. That was my problem. I didn't have another Woggle in the War Leader, so I couldn't separately piece out with Shuknash before, and that's how we caused the whole revert. Astor says now we have like 90% free war score on Georgia. That's correct. We can take whatever we want off these guys now. But I'm really thinking, like, what do we take? They're all unaccepted pops. And how about some economic tech? No, sorry, it's the research point tech that came out last year. We can take that other colony for cheap. But it's not much. Crowhorse says you should call your tributary in so they have a truce and can't be sphered. That's quite genius, actually. When I did this earlier, I did consider calling them in, but I would have called them in when we needed them in the war earlier. What could we add on them? Dismantle fort, simulate. We can take spheres. What spheres have they got? Just pack nag, which is not one that I need for the intermediary formable, but it would be one that I need later. I think taking us well, I'm number 8 again. Actually, we already averted the loss of GP status, so we're cool. So I will do take from sphere. That's a really nice little war goal. It helps me in the long run for my eventual goal. But yeah. Do I really care to do that much to this country and cripple them? Here's what I'll do. I'll take money from them. That's quite an important thing. I was looking to see if there was a free people so we could liberate something, but honestly, take the colony, take us feeling, take money, and we get out of there. And they won't accept that right now, but they will. That is such an industrial colony. That gives us all the goods we need. Well, not all of them, but... and Hash G, we haven't sphered them yet. We're about to sphere the capital, which gives us unlimited sulfur. The ancient great capital of the former empire. The Imperial City. There we go. A great peace deal. That, you know, that one's crippled our army and crippled our capabilities, but it's okay. The great ancient capital is in my sphere. That's good. They're trying to sphere everything. Yeah. That's my new ally, I think. Paknag is my new sphere link. Pop growth. Economy! The tribute! It worked! Our tribute is single-handedly propping up the economy that we got from that country. Isn't that great? Ultra Rad Centrist says, how are you going to protect your colony given you're otherwise landlocked? Well, who's going to deck on me for the colony? Gaubja. If they deck on me, I go through my puppets and spherelings and fight Gaubja again and win. So that's how I defend it. Rebels and all that? Well, that's another question. We exile exploit to move a troop there. Does that answer your question sufficiently? Alright, let's build some hog riders, mate. Let's build some fucking hog riders. And we get 4% clergymen. Even the tribute isn't quite helping the economy at a certain point. And look at the diplomat mod. Look how we are clawing our way through the imperial formable. My armies are ragged. Yeah, they're not funded, and I lost all the early game soldier pots. It's pretty normal. But yeah, really fun, rapid conquest of the former imperial land, spearing, puppeting. Pretty good. We have lost out on a significant number of spherelings to the rival. What is that crisis? Crises, is that a good idea for them to be on? I can't lose prestige. It's up north. It's Bogrug versus Ranu. It's completely liberating a country called Yanukat. Ranu is demanding that from Bogrug to liberate some country that is going to take over their entire nation. So nature's just utterly ruining them. We'll see which way that looks like it's going and pick the most powerful side and get free prestige. Oh god, look at all the AI kind of fearing all the shit. It's not good. I've got 2 3-2 generals. So we are much more capable at fighting now. I wonder if we could ever get a reform. Oh, it's very far away. I mean, it's difficult. I don't want to anger too many rebels because I feel like a rebel thing might be something that could break me as a country in this very ragged early stage. I don't want any kind of rebellion. I don't want the militancy max. Oh, support that side. Holy shit. That is the side to support. Oh. Abu Dhabu asks, who the hell is Gozomedes? You were here earlier in the stream, don't you know? Don't you remember Gozomedes, the legend? Ugh, there's too many things that we're sphering and there's too many people competing with it. We need raw land. I think I want to take stuff from this country. Claim the island of Nina. Oh yeah. It's an age of exploration. New steamships issued forward. Vast oceans cover the majority of our vast planet, and whose prohibitive storms have historically encouraged traders and the clinical coasts. Technology is improving. Yeah, we're discovering small islands. We came across a small set of islands. Nijinye, where's that? Okay. Whoa, what the? That is in the middle of fucking nowhere. Now we have baby boom chance, although we already got that from the colony we had. The colony we gained in the war. Yeah, I need to get some raw pops and raw conquest under my belt to expand the country. We can't completely rely on sphering. They said something about 43 being sanctions. I hope there's not a containment war limit. Did I gain troops? Oh yeah, I built troops in the colony. Now, getting them round. I mean, that is just a case of actually building a couple of genuine transports. Wait, we only got the event to get that island probably because I got a port. Most likely. We can actually build transports. We just transport them to a puppet. "46 is sanctions. Do we know the containment war limit if such a thing exists in this mod? Because I don't really want the AI decking on me for containment. I don't want Humnia decking on me. That would be difficult, to say at the least. It's Yeah. And I don't think I bother paying this debt because it is bankruptcy debt. It will just disappear. How am I supposed to maintain that feeling, mate? Fucking hell. Life rating? Colonization? Manual colonization? Can I? Since I have that port? No. But with more life rating, maybe we can get this. Oh, unemployed craftsman popping up. And I have money. Dare I say we can make factories. This education. Oh, the land here, asking if this is colonizable. Yes, it's a desert and it looks crazy, but the life rating is only 20. I think maybe with one more we can get that. And there's one in state and government. Anyway, where are most of our unemployed craftsmen? Oh, monkey capitalists are already building some shit, so we can just let them do that. This state needs one. Well, I only have the RGO suitable for canned food, and factories are expensive. There are capitalists. I think I just let them do it. And the machine part crisis. How is the machine part crisis solved in Gozomedes' Great Game Monkey mod? Where are the machine part producers? G-Snag and Gaubja a little bit. It's a little bit of a machine part crisis. New defense. Now I need to lose all of that money by funding the army. Okay, they're allied to Jadim. Where's that? They're allied to my tributary. Okay. Okay. Well, hopefully my tributary doesn't join a war against me. I want to take Pact. Yeah, let's just call them in to make sure nothing weird happens. Where's one of my 3 attacks? There we go. Let's go. Nothing can change a roll, though. A roll's a roll. Top growth. Yeah. The mod warned us that there would be a lot of AI bankruptcy. $39 infamy. If there's containment, we can... I hate the AI. I fucking hate the AI. But we win the war there. Okay. Right, defund that shit. Maybe we make money again. Now we have a bit more of a blob. We're so close to bordering the capital, the great capital of our former empire. The one that we seek to recreate. Social spending is fucking expensive though. This early in the game? Okay, now we can sit for a while and make sure we don't lose us feeling. The AI has really calmed the fuck down on that, which is nice. The Sphere of Influence map mode. You can see that Vulcanage has clawed a lot of feelings in the northern part of the Empire, including ones that we need for the first formable. Bobinage was a big fumble. Fumbinage, I mean, we needed that. And Pumnia declared war on us, ending our campaign. What did we do that for? It is containment. Okay. We need to think about that. Because I think going over containment equals ending the campaign. And I didn't exactly. We could revert to the start of the year. I'll put. Why is the refresh rate down at 25? I don't even. Anyway, let's put it on half your autosaves. What do we think? It's not just going to be them that deck on me, and this is a completely avoidable war. It's just we don't know the limit in the mod, and you know, in my single player streams we normally lower my infamy anyway with events because we just don't care about infamy. Miss Pipplegon, thank you so much for the 5 months of membership. So, wait, take a save just in case we want the death war. But Little Boy Darker says it's 36 in the mod. We might have to go and replay that entire little war. Am I even justifying? Yeah. Wait. Event 36? No, it's 30. You're not saying event 36. You're saying 36 is the limit on containment. Okay. No, but let's try 18540. Oh, controversial. It doesn't exist. Nugget says the meta might be rushing the Imperial capital and profiting from the sulfur. True, maybe. Or just demanding war reps off of various countries. We're not going over 36 now. No, 46 is sanctions, 36 is containment. Containment casus belli, which means that Pumnia instantly decks on me. We're never going to go up to Sanctiones, but we might get decked on. I thought for a second there that Pumnia was decking on me for, you know, something normal, just a normal war. But nah. We need an infamy event. We really need to find an infamy event in this mod. I think we have admins scouring the files. We've got researchers on the task. Go through some of the common infamy events that are in mods in general. This is a world without infamy. That they basically said that in the description of the mod, in the lore. It's a brutal world. There's no concept of enlightenment or anything like that. It's a dog eat dog, monkey eat monkey world in which no care is given. We sacrifice thralls and eat them. We eat their eyeballs on the spot. It's nasty, brutish, and short. Abu Dhabi says try event 11111. No, I don't think I will. I don't think I will try that. Alright, fuck you. But I don't know, it's something. What the hell? He just did you come up with that on the spot? What's 11111? Where did this come from? What the fuck? I think Abadabu has secretly been the mod maker in my chat the whole time. I'm suspicious of that guy. Comes out with the best jokes half the time. He looked through the files. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I bet you did look through the files when you were developing the mod for 3 years. Oh, by the way, if this is the first time you've tuned into a Spud Gun single player stream, sorry not sorry, but I never really play with Infamy. Even in a mod that is generous and up to the limit to 36 and 46. But that doesn't really matter when the Infamy decrease is still only 0.1. If you're emulating a monkey eat monkey world, the Infamy loss should be like 0.5 or something like that. In DoD, before the Congress event, it's minus 0.25 or 0.3 or something. This is very slow decay. Very slow. You lose 1 infamy every 10 months. That's crazy. You never get anything done. If you actually play to that. However, we have a little war, and this time it's controversial because actually this could be a fantastic thing for me. The AI of Poja this time has allied Fibonacci, which is one of the ones that I really wanted to get, but Bokanaj feared it. I could use this to get a war against Fibonacci, which means I can maybe take Fibonacci out from underneath Bokanaj by them joining this. So, this could be a great move. This revert turned out to be good for us. Not for the economy, but good for us. Where's one of the good generals? Which one of these is better? There's one with plus 5% speed and one with reconnaissance and organisation. This guy's better. Goddaman and As Bodat. That's the best general that we've got. He's literally called God. So he's good. Go for Pact. A bunch of my allies wouldn't accept joining, so... And Fibonacci did join the war, which is really good. We can use that to, as I say, snipe that feeling of Bokanaj. Take something or puppet them separately in this war. By the way, for the record, there was that national focus, national value thing that did lower infamy a little bit, but even then that's not much. And you're sacrificing the whole national value system, which can be used for something amazing like education, just to get a little bit of extra infamy decay. It's not viable. And it's not good to play the game with that infamy. Just sitting speed 5 waiting for infamy to decay, you know? It's not a problem with the mod, it's a problem with the game. Infamy is not necessarily a bad thing about Victoria 2, but just at this point in my life when I've played the game for like fucking 15 years, you just want to speed through a game and play without worrying about infamy. It's just just becomes a bit of a limiter, especially for making content. I'm not gonna, and I don't hide the fact that I just get rid of infamy, I'm telling you, I just want to get through the game, conquer shit, paint the map for content. To get through the game faster instead of sitting on speed 5 waiting for infamy to decay for no reason. Because I'm streaming. I've got loads of people in the chat and I need to maintain their attention span somehow. We need to keep the infamy, the conquest train going at all times. Holy shit, I rolled a -5 attack. He's literally a monkey. Alright, let's slow down and assess what we're doing here. So, Fibonacci is the junior partner in the war. We have a war goal. We're going to take that war goal from the main guy we're at war with. That's only 17, and then we add the other one. Infamy doesn't matter. That's 22. I'm fucking taking their capital as well. It's yeah. Then we fully annex that country. Loads of accepted pops, and we border the great ancient capital city of the Karji Empire, or whatever it was called. So that's good. But unfortunately, we're going to have to sit on that country for a while I do something separately to Fobonage, if we have access to them, which we do. Fearing is not looking good. We might lose Paknag here, but then there's also, yeah, it's just Paknag. We need to ban that country. So I can just make a tributary out of Fobonage. They might still be in the enemy sphere, but they'd be my puppet. Yeah, Joe Neal on Twitch says, based on the description, I was hoping they'd just get rid of infamy altogether. Yeah. But you can change the LARP. You can use the LARP to justify it either way, especially for this country. Maybe it would be infamous for me to start rampaging and conquering all these intricate political webs. It is like the Holy Roman Empire, actually. It is the not HRE of the mod. And if one HRE member in fucking 1582 started deciding to militarily conquer every other HRE member on a huge rampage, it would create some kind of response. Maybe. Definitely. Probably. D Chulo says, can you puppet an Antisphere at the same time? No, I cannot. You can't use an Antisphere war goal directly on the sphere link if it's in another country's sphere. I would have to take it from sphere from Volcanage. Ah, we lost fucking Palknag. Sphering against the AI is one of the nightmares of Victoria 2. I'm not going to lie. Add separate make tributary. And they would probably accept. No, they wouldn't. Now there's a fucking three-way sphere war for Paknag. Which one is Paknag? Let's check that. Make tributary, full annex. Wait. No, I thought Paknag was the one I was fighting there. No, it couldn't be. It couldn't be. Paknag. Oh, is that the one that I released? Country? Okay. Okay, okay. Defund the army. Bring them back. Mail access, so they don't take attrition sitting in our puppet. So the puppet's still in the big sphere, which could be a problem. There could be a dynamic event to remove them from the sphere, remove them from puppet status. I don't know. That exists in some mods. It's a risk I'm taking. If they use that event to unsphere it and it causes a war, we can fight a war, you know? Wasn't Paknag my tributary? I can't remember. I don't know the names of these countries or what they were. I'm learning. Thank you so much, Doomlord, for the 400 huff. I'll add that to my banana fund. I eat a banana every day. But am I just a Gozomedes great game monkey? Probably. Well, we're not getting that sphere. That's not happening. Paknag is also... no, one of them is fucking sphered it. I'm just going to sit at 70 friendly and let the other two fight each other. And maybe get them back. It's a competition between these two countries, who are enemies. Let's have a cheeky conquest of another small country there, okay? Don't mind me. I'm just going to do that. Cheviet out here looking like a Ukrainian name. What? Who are you? And why are you allying me? They have iron. And they're about to have a locust outbreak. Okay, thinking of. There's some colonization tech and there's just plurality maybe and another national focus. I'm making artillery, lads. The sphere, whatever it is, it's just amazing. The capital city has a nice industry. They have cement, fertilizer, furniture, regular clothes and winery, but, you know, it's fine. It's nice. What does this country have? Winery, cement, regular clothes. Great. Great stuff in the sphere. Really good. Just great factories. Anyone alive in YouTube chat? Rebels are fine. Nothing happening. Do you want me to tell you what I've had on the stream since the start? You want me to tell you what I put on? Want to know? It's it's the Thrall cleansing season. I've just been listening to 1 hour of silence occasionally broken up by monkey noises. Because I thought, before doing the stream, I thought, oh, we need to get some monkey noises in the background or something. And if I put on some kind of playlist or 1 hour thing, which was just 1 hour of pure monkey noises, that would be too much. It would be too overwhelming to have monkeys all the time. So I decided to put on one of these things that plays a monkey noise every couple of minutes. And I think that's perfect. Stalker QTA is here. Thank you so much for the 400 huff. We have 2 suppliers of huff in the chat. That's crazy. We've got 2 Magyars out here with huff. Sorka says, is this the mod with the AI gen map? Well, I don't know of any mods with AI gen map. Is this? I don't know. Tell me, educate me. And if there is AI being used in Vic2 modding, do we accept that? Is this something where AI can actually help people mod because modding is really time consuming and difficult for an old game? And if the end product looks good and it helps players and it's not really stifling anyone or taking anyone out of, it's just cutting time a little bit on something that's really time consuming, would it even be a problem? That's what we have to ask about these things. Nicholas says, first time catching you live, but I've been binging your playlist for the past month or so. Glad to hear it. Welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy. Alexander says, is this mod based on local? That was unnecessary. Just locophobia there. It's rampant, even to this day. All our debt's gone. The bankruptcy debt is gone. Our economy starts afresh. Our tribute won't be lasting that much longer though, and that's what's keeping us afloat. Little Boy Cara says, the map was handmade by Question Asker, but edited AI images were used for mod images. Yeah, I think I noticed that. Like some of the texts, I think some of them clearly look AI. This one, look at that. That's, yeah, let's look at AI, maybe. For example. I mean, what do we really think of that? Just for little sprites and artwork? This is something that, you know, the art stuff is not, you know, map modding in Vic2 takes ages, and any way of cutting down the time on that would be good, but art? Somebody just talk to an artist. Like these pop icons, for example, is that anything? And I think it's, yeah, it's been 10 years. We can look at our national objective again. We get to renew this. Do we go with anything other than the national research? Still in this stage of the game, I think we would probably stay on research. Maybe we need a better economy. There's your infamy. And minus 0.02 is just nothing. Still nothing. It's not much. Leadership, mob size, factory owner input. Start going for reforms, but the diplomacy one would be really good for sphering. Plus 50% influence. But at the end of the day, the really it just has to be research. Alexander asks, why does that OPM have 700k and like 60 life rate? You download the mod and learn the lore and immerse yourself. You need to. I didn't notice the high life rating, but it is actually only 35. It's just, it's pretty normal actually. But yeah, huge props. It's the ancient capital. Of the empire that we are trying to rebuild, as a matter of fact. Demog has a lot of allies. Oh, anyone? One of them is Misfia. Well, the one that's going to join, I just add a woggle on them too. This one. Oh my god, we're getting another. We can get another Vulcanized feeling just in the same way that we got the other one. That's huge, and my army's dying because it's not funded. Whoa, 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 don't get the sack white. Lichulo says, what sort of imperial imagery do you think a monkey empire would have? Eagles and lions and the like, or something else? Bananas. I know it's hard to picture it, but imagine a banana being the ultimate sign of prestige, power, and royalty. Oh, reactionary rebels. That's interesting because that's the first time we've seen rebels and they've got a different kind of icon, which might be hard to get used to. Pash D is no longer in our sphere. I mean, fucking hell. Who's that? Who's Pash D again? Wait, is that the capital of the empire? Oh my god. We're losing grip on the capital of the empire? Fucking hell, we need to ban them. Again, sphering, we've just allied the Great Revolutionary State. I think they lost land. Pumnia. Anyway, Zorka says poo on a stick. Lido says a plump golden banana. Nicholas says that we like having sausage rolls decorating Buckingham Palace. And Jadim, where the fuck is that one? That's a nice, just a little one sphere. We go to these guys and we just, oh, we can outright conquest them. I think conquering is west is my accepted pot. Yeah, conquering is better. They're connected to me by feelings, allies, and puppets, so they're not cut off. So I will actually just conquer this one for lowly conquest. It's tiny. It's easy, it's small. And that means it definitely always stays in my grasp. And we've got a mountain border against the big... Wait. They actually named a province shit. I respect that. Oh wait, this country has one more random province up there. Can we get to that? Yes, an enemy's failing. Will allow me. They actually named a province shit. That's brave. You know, the mod makers, I respect that. Because when you're creating a new language or creating fictional names, okay, you have to work around swear words because you don't want to name something fucking shit because that's an English swear word, you know. Even if you're making a language where that's consistent with your rules, you don't want to do it. But this guy's like, I don't give a fuck if that's a swear word in English in the real world. This is my fictional language. In a real hypothetical fictional scenario, a word like that might develop as a word that is not a swear word and it's just a normal name. I respect it. That is iron! That is fucking iron. It's an exclave iron province, and if we need to get that from rebels or something, we can exile exploit there. And we piss out with that. And that is some map painting, except pops and whatnot. Did that click mean that someone just formed a map somewhere in the fictional world? Have we got maps forming? I wouldn't really know. I don't think a map is formed in the main continent anyway. How's my island doing? Hasn't reached 1,000 pops. I don't think anyone's emigrated here yet. Gpan says, Spudgun, did you do your civic duty today? Yes, if by civic duty, it's actually a civic duty not to vote, and I didn't, so there you go. So, what's with all this? We just inherited land that had factories in it. And we have a machine parts crisis in the land, which is like our own land. But I don't, it's so early in the game, low literacy, I'm not caring about industrializing that much. I don't mind. Also, I have to pay attention. We've been absorbing so much new land. I'm not paying attention to whether we get craftsmen or anything. So Pact is a really big region, and it could do with a little bit more admin efficiency. And then clergymen. This one here, yeah, need clergy. And then I'm hearing random clicks. It feels like maps are forming out there. So we're expanding and all that, but soldier pops and army-wise, difficult times. We wouldn't be that comfortable in a big war against one of these major powers, even if it's AI. It would be tough. And I just noticed the Great Empire of Pumnia down here. It's very marshy and swampy, which is a great part of the lore. I'm going to lose Kift if I'm not careful. So in other news, the mod is very multiplayer ready, actually. Alexander says, why do you not conquer the capital for 700k? You know, you make a good argument that why am I losing so many fucking pops? Some kind of epidemic. Why am I losing so many pops? I'm not losing immigration. I don't really know. It's a good argument. It would be good to conquer the city. I've really just been thinking of keeping it in the sphere for kind of LARP reasons, if anything. Also, next tech, do we go for education or do we finally get something different? I think we get economy. A cheap economy tech. Set us right. Poponage is a civilized nation on this continent that is getting a little bit of immigration. Interesting. That's the Americas, so to speak. Also, custom sea tile names. They even did that. My god. Custom sea tile names. Fully done. Everywhere. Almost, I think almost everywhere. Yeah, everywhere really. Even in the random bumfuckiest nowhere of oceans? Well, yes, but they are huge tiles, which is fair enough. Spooky. Wow. Do you think... Hey, ChatGPT, here are a list of parameters for the fictional world language. Come up with 1,000 province names of places based on these language rules. What do you think? What do you think of that? Did they do it? Would it even matter if they did? Oh my god, Abu Dhabi comes in with another banger. Again, he says, okay, name number one, shit. Wow, fucking well done, well done. Hawkinass says probably, but it's better than C tile number 234. Yep, that's the argument for it, yep. Anyway, we don't know whether we did that or not, so I'm not like saying anything. Look at the fucking sphering done by fucking... which one? That is Vulcanage, my main rival. They're going for everything. I would ban them in the capital, but would I not just annex the capital, like you were saying? Okay, the Dodge asks, what do I need for my immediate formable? That. It's like, it's all of this. And it's really hard to obtain even the intermediate formable, because I still need to take down the big other great powers that are sphering shit. It's also a really difficult formable. And so I'm losing pops. Why? Junior says, do we know what the name of the currency is? I haven't seen it come up in any writings. We've seen the symbol for it. That's all we know. I don't know where in the game you would actually see it written. We just rolled a really good general. 4 attack, but his minus morale is terrible. It's terrible. Our pop growth's back up to something good now. There you go. Oh my god, that's the province of Jizz. What's up with this region up here? Gosh. This is the region with the odd names. Anything else? And now the other country's fucking sphering. Oh, I hate the AI, I hate the AI. I hate the AI. Fuck. Well, it's just the capital, so I'll ban it. The encyclopedia, I have not been reading it. That's true. Sale of slaves? Redeem the serfs? Difficult things. That's a lot of money. Oh, these are a lot of money. Revised shipping terms of the vassal. Interesting. Let's open the encyclopedia. I want to know about the economy. I want to know what the currency is called in this world. States of the world, faiths of the world. What's in miscellany? The probed flower, the nudie root. Oh, great stuff to learn about. Go back to the menu. Philosophy and politics. Anything to do with the economy. Economics isn't mentioned much in this mod, in this lore, really. Hockey fan says chopped. Gen Z term for unattractive, undesirable. Yeah, one of these provinces is called chopped. Sorry. But they're at war? No. What was that? Rebels? There's no war. Now, I can't really exile exploit that guy out of there right now, because the vassal want royal access. Ichulo says, currency is pre-mesos. Can you prove it? Tell me where that is. Reisovitz says, but he spells it wrong, but he says maybe the pops are decreasing because of thralling, if that's what you meant. Yes, maybe they are sacrificing the thralls. True. Oh, I didn't get the joke, Gichulo. I didn't get you. And yeah, there is a province called Dosh. Maybe the currency is called the Dosh. And what the hell is that? That's rebels. Free Yoker bands. They've got it covered. Worrying. Rebels existing. Very worrying. Not a good sign. Crisis? Is it the same crisis? Pretty much, yeah. And I'm not getting involved until I know that there's a side that everyone is supporting. His joke was something about the pesos and Yanuk Sota, the Quetzal state. What was that? Something actually released with the crisis. I don't know. We'll never know what it was. We'll never know. Why not puppet your acquired formables that will autosphere them? Well, first of all, does it autosphere them? I don't know. But secondly, where can we go? Well, there's stuff up here that I could go for, actually. This direction. And I do need them. Let's just do a minuscule conquest on this one. We need it. I kind of forgot to keep the infamy ticking. Although we don't care about infamy, but keeping the infamy ticking is just an idiom. Keep justifying. Keep going. This northern region, largely untapped. We can take all of this. Those guys, they've not. The big enemy country has not been spheering it. Thing is, we are already friendly with all of these, though. Let's sphere the ones at the back. Or can we? I mean, fuck it. It's such a difficult thing to manage. More spherings is more things to control from the AI, and it's also just my sphere points getting spread even thinner. So maybe just fucking map paint this. Sorry, Reno. We need to have a Monkey Putin reference somewhere in the mod, right? We need to get a Monkey Putin. The AI is so weird with sphering. Sometimes they start sphering every one of my spherings, and then sometimes like this, they just don't do anything. And then they come in a little bit, and then look, they're going everywhere, and then they stop. And they go for certain ones, like they're going for the capital again. And one of them's friendly. My main rival is friendly, but then they stop. It's incomprehensible. What's this? There is a war. Chavza, quite a big country next to them. This country accepts North Gaji. It makes a lot of sense, right? There's Western Gaji, Northern Gaji, and South Gaji. The South is competed with for these two great powers, the naval great powers. The North is Vulcanage, and then the West is me. 3 different regions within the wide empire. And my formable is just the West. My initial formable is just the Western. But those other ones, they still have a lot of influence over the Western regions because it's the biggest and it's near them. How would it go in multiplayer if you had a country on Vafau, a country on Vulcanage, and maybe a country on both of these that would compete to form over one or the other? And then if there was a player in Pumnia, do they get involved in this shit and fight me? Or do they have their own problems with the revolutionary states and the stuff to the south? We just don't know, because who knows what the multiplayer meta would be? Who knows? We actually have to play multiplayer to find out. Just like Baron Mari. By the way, back during that Ferrum Mare campaign earlier in the year, I actually made an AI generated national anthem for my country, but I didn't post it on stream or anything. I just posted it in the Discord chat. All out education, please. Hockey fan says, Pomnia starts out with a couple of tiles the Empire needs to form. Do they? What do you mean by this? Do they really? I don't see them. Prohas says Pomnia has tributary issues. They are like China. Do they have their own events or something? Because I haven't seen any tributaries. Right, Nidad is the next. The capital region can be... I'm going to keep it sphered. I'm going to double down. And did anyone join this? Ally? No. And now we just get the infamy rolling on another one. Let's grab this. Tropical wood. Minuscule conquest is good. I think that's under 100k pops. Jonio says, to the east of Pumnia, the bay. Oh, yeah, that bit. Okay. South Gashi region. The southern guys should get that. It says that these two guys in the lore can compete for a formable called Nag or something, but there isn't a formable visible on the map, on the cores, so it's something out with the cores. Now that I mentioned these guys, I'm thinking, well, are they going to deck on me for the colony at any point? Or do they probably just think they're too weak? Oh, precious metals. They just allied me, but precious metals. I think I'm gonna want that one. Any other precious metals? Very few and far between. Quite a bit in the north, which is completely out of our grasp. And Pumnia has a gold mine, and maybe there's a little tiny bit in the other continents. There's gold down here where all the pops are. "42 brigades and 22 on them. I am technically stronger than many of the other countries. Equal to Pumnia. Technically, they probably have a bigger mob pool. They have loads of pops. But I haven't gotten to the point of encouraging soldiers yet, which I'm planning to do when I get 4% clergymen. Then maybe we can be better. Howard Ever says, I didn't notice the background for the military tab before. Good shout. I didn't notice that. Does this tab have a background in Vanilla Victoria 2 like this? Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you. Let me go and look for screenshots in my video materials. Do I have a screenshot? I'm searching army. Do I have a screenshot of the military tab? What if I search stacks? No, I don't know how to find that tab out of all my materials. Thrall season. It's almost thrall culling season. Do any other tabs have an interesting background and transparent thing? No. The factory one, I think, always has. So, the mod doesn't have really an event chain on this country, at least. There isn't really an event chain. It sets up an amazing sandbox with so much background and lore and stuff, but it doesn't provide really event chains. It's lacking in that. And I don't know if that's intentional or it's something he plans to do in the future, and maybe other countries already have more. I don't know. The mod is, as they say, set up kind of a little bit for multiplayer, so maybe it's intentional to not have too much interference when you actually get going with the game. I don't know. So I think my pops are low now because of thrall culling season. My pop growth isn't great. Maybe that's got to be why. Stalker says, will you check out A New Sun Will Rise? It got an update a month ago. Yes, that's a mod that I've been tracking for such a long time but never really played. Because I never knew if it was ever finished. I don't think it was. I don't know. I've just lost Sphere. Yeah, which one? It's impossible to keep track of all these. Impossible. Grouchnas. Shukna, was it? Oh. Ooh, we're already at the point of getting Darwinism. It's Darwinism or machinism. We can get Darwinism right now. It seems like techs are unlocked early in years. A lot of them. Because it feels like, I don't know how long, we've been playing like 15, 16 years in game. But we're already at the point of Nat and Imp and biologism. Or the monkey equivalent of biologism and Nat and Imp. Nat and Chimp, right? Am I right? Well, yeah, we're definitely researching Darwinism. That's going to have some different implications in this world. Wait, we didn't evolve from anything. We are the first phase. Wouldn't that make them more likely to be religious? Okay, now we justify. We break alliance and justify on the gold mine. Shiny. Shiny. Me like shiny. Gold. Golden banana. Whoa. And this connects us, holy shit, this connects us to the primitive nations of the Central Weird Plains, which has iron in it. So that raises some ideas. We can start going down here. Daniel says, I feel Darwinism would supercharge racism in this world. That's what the lore of the mod says. The fact that there are actively different species and different creatures with vastly different looks and traits in this world, they said as much in the intro. It creates a lot more hatred in between these things, these people, these creatures. Right, this feeling shook now. We need to pay attention to some of the spheres. Which one is that? This one. And now we just go cordial and Gozomedes? Is that a new great power? Gozomedes down here is starting to interfere as well. And there's 3 great powers in this corner. Yeah, Izogr, unpronounceable name, is pointing out that the research tab, or that's consciousness, I think you mean, is an amogus. But what it actually is, I think, is a monkey with a visible brain icon inside it. They need to change the great power icon or the prestige icon to a golden banana. They need to do that. You know, the thing about this mod is, we're coming up with meme suggestions, but the mod plays it very serious and very straight. They're not going to go around creating meme banana shit. They're actually taking it seriously. So, they wouldn't do that, and I wouldn't want them to. I like them to keep it the tone like this. I don't want them to make it a meme mod. We have meme mods out there, probably already. This is quite a serious mod. Wait a minute, a bunch of countries fucking joined that and I lost a sphere, and these countries that join, they will all be conquered. Is Victoria 2 modding the only place in 2026 which is sincere and not just pure memery and ironic bullshit, millennial joke nonsense? Is that where we are? This mod is serious. Serious as shit. Well, it's so serious that it's willing to name a province after a swear word and not care. That's what I said. It goes that far. Tiny conquest. And Shaw's, is that not a bigger country? No. Anik formed an army separately, yeah, they would accept, and add Shaw's minuscule conquest separately and do it. This is like 3 birds with 1 stone right there. We've now got a lot of this corner and we can justify it on that one too. Even under normal infamy circumstances, this would be fast conquest because a lot of these are under 100k pops, which is minuscule conquest, which is just 1 infamy. I feel like the math doesn't add up. 1 infamy to take less than 100k pops, 10 infamy to take over 100k pops, or 5 infamy, or whatever. They're annexing small 1 province miners with under 100k pops. You can spam that even under normal infamy circumstances. Utterly spam taking those. Oh yeah, and the civilization map mode, I haven't really looked at that. It's an interesting northern island. There's a great steppe, desert area in the middle with weird uncivilized creatures. And oh, I didn't realise, but there's a little bit of uncivilized land at the end here with the Vupuiti people on the main continent with these 2 big empires. And the southern continent. These nations are civilizing, but they're uncivilized for now. And there are a few colonial holdings and a few independent civilized countries on this continent. Interesting stuff. Has the gold really helped our economy? We're at 203k in debt again. Where did that really come from? Where did all that debt come from? Because I feel like it wasn't that much. But we got 4% clergy in there. That is time to finally encourage some soldiers. Oh, liberationist, free yoker. That's like spam events, but specific to the weird religious setup of this world. You know, it's like wickedness must be stamped out, but for absolutionist, I don't know, whatever they're called. And you need to be banned. Jishinad becomes the #1 great power. Look at their fucking industry, that would do it. Their industry is insane. It's insane. The second one is the other country out there. So this region, next to the uncivilized shit, is actually the most industrial. And I took their fucking industrial RGOs. I took half the iron of that country and one of their coal. Abu Dhabi says there are unfinished Imperial influence events. Those would give you sphere CBs in the area, I imagine. You're the mod maker. You made the mod. You know that because you made that. But you would just prefer to remain anonymous for now. More Ranu Empire crisis slop. Mama Tukat. I could be the one to support them. Fuck that. That's all this bullshit up here. Oh, that was a peace offer from my mom. And the other research points just unlocked. The Age of the State. This could be important. New political theorists in Chazid. Stimulated, they say, by reflection upon the perennial disorders of war, industrial recession, famine, misfortune. If diagnosed the source of society's ills, one of anarchy, growing out of social liberation and speculation, they have arrived at the conclusion that despite the correct impulses of liberationism, the current state naming the current state is also civilization, various industrial innovations. Oh god. This is probably the one that's unreadable. No, this one's actually unreadable. I'm serious. Oli XD on Twitch asks, what's your verdict on EU5? Too much schism or not enough? I don't want to get into discussing in EU5 in detail, but if you're asking me in terms of too much tism or not enough, I think it's actually too much tism, to be honest. It actually leans towards being too much tism. I know, and you know what I mean. It's too much. Our dog says Joe Rogan mod looks great. Now we take, let's take the coal. We just got biomachinics, or formerly known as Darwinism. Well, That crisis is still going. Is there a side to get the prestige? Yeah, it would be that. There's your free prestige farming. And we've got a lot. We've got 206. I don't think we have to worry about dropping out. Although, there could be a second bankruptcy if I don't lower social spending. That's the main thing. That's the main thing. Social spending is out of control. And if it makes my pops more militant, oh, there's a lot of people in bondsmen rebels, but they're just not. They're in rebel groups, but they're not angry enough to start coalescing into real rebels. Mamatuka allies me. I'm not interested in the north, but we'll see. It's a great power. I could actually start heading up this way. Let's see what we can do justification-wise on that. Oh, I'm actually allied to the Sublime Veterinary Revolutionary State. That's interesting. It's an ally against Pumnia if they decide to do anything. Let's see if I can outsphere for Paknag. I just lost my points. I just got expelled. And the one that's in the sphere is winning and I'm only going up very slowly. We need to research a fucking sphere tech to get faster diplo. That's ridiculous. Trial season, kill them all, eat their eyes. Okay, what can we do to pierce into the central mountain range through the desert against Hidsasov? Demand capital, demand concession. The capital is a region that borders us. But then there's this one, Svehedet. I can take that. Infamy. We're okay. We'll probably reduce it again soon, you know? Maybe now. So in the real lore of the mod, the people living in this region are different people, different species. I don't know if this is the place that are the weird hairless white monkeys, or if that's another place that was mentioned in the lore, but they're different. There's something weird. It's a nomadic area in this, I think. Now we take Svehedet. Wait, how is this? Oh, it's English brigades. it's just a land grab. Something joined? Svehund joined? Small irrelevant country joined. Hockey fan says this sounds bad out of context. Yeah. But this mod is just... It goes there. It says all of this stuff. The intermittent monkey noises could be sound effects in the game. It could be the unit recruitment noise every now and again. But it's not. Big pop growth. Apparently we need to make up for the thralls. And it's National Objective Day. What do we think? We get to choose this. And when it becomes National Objective Day, we have to choose one. It doesn't just automatically keep the one. It lasts for 10 years and then it disappears and you have to choose a new one. And I honestly think this time maybe we get an economy. Sort the economy. Thank you so much, Quebecois, for gifting 5 memberships on YouTube. Much appreciated. Extraction. We don't really need admin efficiency, so extraction, tax efficiency, +10. RGO output, including our gold mine. Yeah, fucking extraction. Yeah. We genuinely need to sort the economy this time. And we are. We are. It's getting better. Admin efficiency is not a problem because we're only really annexing lands with our accepted pots. And these will be colonies. And by the way, this land is very lowly populated, so we could eventually colonially migrate and state them. And they're very industrial. Oops. Can you still hear me? I just accidentally disconnected my second monitor, which is actually my laptop. I can't see chat. Yeah, stream's fine. It's just my interface. The capital. Since when did the capital region get lost? And everyone else is now at... What? Did they get a revolution? I feel like fucking annexing them now. An enemy will probably intervene. But at this point, I mean, come on. They rebelled or I actually lost them. It's so expensive infamy-wise because they actually have 700k pops, but yeah. Yeah, this time I'm taking them down. We might be able to do it in such a way that we don't gain any war score on them until the moment in which we fully occupy them, pause the game, annex them instantly, so that the people that are friendly with them never get an opportunity to intervene. Because countries can only intervene on a country they're friendly with if there is war score against the country to intervene on the side of. You know what I mean? If it goes from 0 war score to 100 instantly, they won't get a chance to intervene. But if they do, we could fight a war, you know? We can fight a war. And we'd probably win it, knowing my great skill. But it would just be really bad for the economy, which can't handle that. A real war against a great power rival could send us into our second bankruptcy. Yeah, I just need to make sure that I don't fight a battle. I need to make sure that I don't get battle war score. If anything, I let them siege me down. They gain war score. No one can intervene. And it's kind of like a meta strat in Vic 2. If you let someone siege you down, you get militancy and get reforms. If I was utterly sweaty, I would do that. Probably earlier in the game. Get the healthcare, get rid of the serfdom, and all of that. Because the reforms in this mod are very strong and very necessary. We need to be able to do some reforms. So move the army back, let him come out and start sieging one of my provinces, and then go in. I'll move an army to the other side and, move around. If he moves to this province, for example. They're allied to Vane, which is some random little country. We don't want to let one of them actually sphere it though. They're not quite there. We'll be alright. Did anyone ever play a game called Ape Academy on the PSP back in the day? Oh my god, the fucking AIs. Jesus Christ. Woofnadge. And then they stop. Chulo says Ape Academy sounds like a finance bro scam. People just responding. This is an old thing from my childhood, and someone responds with the most modern 2026 shit. Finance bro scam. I don't want to know. Established minuscule protectorate. Necessarily against by whom there was detected. Okay, good for you. They're going after colonies in random islands. Here's a question that this mod raises. If there were species like this mod lays out, which are actually totally different from each other, like there's fucking blue people and there's hairless tall things in the north, and then there's hairy humanoid ape-like people that are the main people. Would racism be justified? And by racism, what do I mean? I don't know. Come up with your own idea of what it means and what it entails. Nicholas says, I just noticed chat is frozen on stream. Oh. Well, let's get, it isn't now. Wait, you said it, scene was talking about the chat being frozen on stream, not my previous question. And let's pay off the debt. Hold on a sec. Is the chat frozen? Yeah, let's just get rid of it. Eh? Asking the important question. Speciesism. People are saying yes, or speciesism, yeah. I mean, The question was raised by Harry Turtledove's novel, A Different Flesh, and the thing, as I said, that novel posited the idea that the entire Americas was not inhabited by humans, but by a more primitive, humanoid, primitive, I said that word already, hairy, ape-like Neanderthal people. And then there are several short stories that deal with how the humans approach that. Like the humans enslave them, the humans then create rights groups that try to give them loads of free land to just roam around in, and stuff like that. But generally, of course, the Americas are colonized and their free roaming native wild lands are eventually just enclosed to small areas, and they get sort of domesticated, become servants and slaves and stuff. But would that be justified because they're not human? Like, doing it to humans is wrong. Nicholas says we had decent enough relations with other hominids before we competed and outbred them. Yeah, but I mean the ancient weird pre-human history of these different Neanderthals and all that, I don't know about that topic. And also, we speculate a lot about it based on extremely little evidence. It's a science, and we know a lot, and we've got lots of bones, but do you really know? And we do genetic analysis and stuff to figure it out, but do we really know because it's so long ago exactly what went down or how it was? We can come up with some good ideas. Anyway, we're going to take the capital region now, as I say, and we're going to let them besiege me for 1 province or 2, or just let their army move into me and then quickly come in. Come on, Emperor. Fake Roman Senate living on. They're just going to sit there. If they sit there and camp, it eliminates my whole strategy, actually, so credit to them. Do they sense my armies being nearby? Does the AI see me? Okay, are they going to leave 3k, which would also, I think, allow an enemy to intervene if I wipe that and gain battle war score? It just says, does rabies and HIV work like gas attack in this? Tell you what is gas attack? It's the same. These people, these monkeys invent gas. Could you bait them out? Ooh. Could I? Let's send an infantry, let's send the commoners, or the irregulars, see if they fall for it. But which stack would they send? The one in the capital? They're just going to send that stack. But Nicholas says there's also some archaeological evidence of mixed living spaces in Russia and Southeast Asia. But when you look back that far, what were the different species? And if they're all related to each other anyway, how did they move away, evolve differently, and then come back together and meet each other again? How does this shit happen? You know? And then they live together and mix and breed and create Europeans or something. Hockey fan says, Spud in MP. In MP games, if you have irregulars in your army, would you typically delete them and replace them, or use them till they die? If they're red, therefore you can't replace them because you don't have the soldier pops, I would leave them and then use them till they die. If they have enough soldier pops to be replaced, then I would replace them with good units. I said as much in the Persia analysis in the first couple of episodes. This, I've been outsmarted by the great imperial monkeys here. They completely nullified my strategy of going in to snipe the capital. But there is another way out of this, which is if I can let them siege me, they gain occupation war score. That could nullify the small battle war score that I win from killing whatever they're garrisoning the capital with, and then I wouldn't. But I don't know how much battle war skill I would get from wiping that 9k, you know, and then they might reinforce it. Thank you so much, Douglas MacArthur, for the 42 months of membership. Huge. Where are they going? Anyway, let's say in this world there are different species living in different places. Would it just be fair to say, okay, this species, hairy guys, lives in this continent, then the tall, weird European northern guys, they live in that continent, other people stay where they are, and then you just don't interfere with each other? And Joe Neal said peaceful communication and cooperation is possible, if it is, but we don't really know. Presumably all the different species in this can still speak languages and understand each other, so they will be able to communicate and coexist. But we know how nature is in the real world, right? People just fucking kill each other. Different species carve out their territory and they kill and take territory. This is what happens. I'm getting the sphere tech. Oh yeah, I forgot about this country. I take capital as well. I want that land. Oh, 70 war score? Aye, we can take that. It's a lot, but we can take that. Little Bokhaida says, the encyclopedia says that the Paguiti were taught language by the Vupuiti, who are a different species. I don't know. I can't read that. I don't really know. I don't know who the species are. I've forgotten the names of them. But yeah, I don't feel like going back into the encyclopedia right now and learning. I'm at the point where we're just, you know, chill. I don't want to go and learn more. We can come back to it a different day. How much war score have they got? -3. I'm going to take a save and then risk the battle against the Emperor. Life rating. We could colonize? Maybe. Oh shit. Someone in the chat earlier said that this colonization in the desert was done by event, but oh, I don't have the colonial power. I need to build like just a couple of ships would give me 80. If I can build them, I don't think I get the goods. Let's try the Imperial battle then and try and snipe these guys. Giovanni says, what is the chance, evolutionarily speaking, for multiple intelligent species to arise at the same time? It's a tough question. Ask Richard Dawkins or something. I don't know. But if intelligence is an absolute fluke that is so rare and we're so lucky that it happened to humans, yeah. But if the pressures and circumstances which created human intelligence are present on Earth, which they clearly are, then it could arise more than once because the circumstances for it are here. I mean, dolphins are pretty intelligent, but not quite there, you know, not quite human. So, yeah, I'm getting away with this. As soon as we occupy that, we pause. Don't give the AI time to intervene. And we annex the empire. That's the capital. The great capital city of 700k pops, which is now our... I mean, it's part of a wider state. So that state now becomes our most populated one. And what's it doing? 1.6% Kraji. Nice. And of course it is accepted pops. Nicholas says, my question is, why do the monkey wear clothes in this? I don't know, same reason humans do. Although, the race that we are in this country are very hairy, so they don't need it to keep warm. The northern people would, because apparently they were hairless. It becomes a social taboo. Giovanni says, intelligent life could develop in separately, but then interbreeding would converge them. That's kind of what happened. Humans and Neanderthals and all of this. The fucking economy, yeah. The 70k sulfur province did not fix the economy, and everyone is leaving the capital now. They're spreading out across the rest of my country, which is interesting. These people had nowhere to go when they were just a one province miner. Now they're going everywhere. Oh, there's an event if I take the capital, and it's not very good. I didn't know about this, but now I do. The ancient imperial, and it's good that this exists. It's really fleshed out that this exists. It's Rome. It really is Rome in the medieval era. Pashji, the ancient imperial capital of the Kidnaj, has for centuries been, again, little but a city-state containing the residence of the emperor, who rules our land in name only. This place this is why I was thinking of keeping it independent for the LARP. But then people were like, nah, take the 700k sulfur province, it'll fix your economy. It doesn't fix the economy, and there's a negative LARP event. Who was right? I should have stuck with my gut instinct. So, it's the dawning place of our identity, the Great Plateau, from our ancestors taking refuge from the Beotran savages, developed our religious rights, labeled an empire, the Great Temple. The LARP here is insane, the amount of the imagery. Our state has come to occupy the city. In times past, Pashji has been occupied by a provincial power too, but usually homage was paid to the emperor and forces quickly decamped. Our seeming lack of intention to exit has sent ripples of discontent through the old Gashti, but this is exactly the kind of LARP I was thinking of. This is it. It makes total sense. To continue to occupy the imperial city would vastly enhance our prestige, but would be breaking the centuries-old tradition. Oh, well. Perhaps the emperor will consent to make us his protector. And this is if I keep it. All countries which are west, all Gazdi countries, so the entire region will get the Liberation of Pashti event. Oh, all the other countries will get an option to deck on me to free the city, I think. And the province gets a negative modifier which increases militancy consciousness and a slight damage to RGO output, which is not bad. As far as a modifier goes for keeping the city, that's not bad at all. And if people want to migrate out of the city to the rest of my empire, so what? Then my accepted pop's just going somewhere else in my country. Otherwise, I can release it as independent, lose 1 infamy, lose 10 prestige. It would be good if I could release it as my puppet, but it says independent state. I'm keeping it. I've gone down the route of keeping it. The drawbacks of keeping it don't seem to be that bad, so I'm keeping it. By the way, when I see this country here, I keep thinking of Slovakia. This country is shaped like Slovakia, except the tail goes up a bit more, you know, erect than the real Slovakian tail kind of goes down south a bit, placid. But it looks like Slovakia nonetheless, doesn't it? I was thinking that even way back when we were fighting over that place. Tax. There's our modifier. Yeah. Immigration push. So they're being pushed to emigrate, but they're going to the rest of my empire. There's not really any international migration in the mod per se. There's not much, which is interesting. Is it intentional? Is it a logical consequence or something? I did suspect that none of those countries would be brave enough to actually deck on me. I don't know. It said there was an exception that some countries didn't get the event. But even then, would they? Would they even deck on me? The AI, I think, is too scared of me. Kunaj wants access from me to get to North Kunaj. They are fighting a random one province minor. I don't want them to get there, but they will. Oh, I see this event pop up and I think it's something interesting, but it is a generic bankruptcy event for an AI country. An expedition to Baforge. Too bad I can't afford it. That would be great. Yeah, but we have to turn down the proposition because the economy. This could be the biggest war in the campaign so far. It's a 2v1 in the Great Nag region. Jishnag is fighting the other two great powers. Huge. Huge things are happening. And they're involved. This is a huge war. What the fuck is this? It's the Jishnagi Garjaban Brothers War. Admit hegemony. Could that be scripted? I think they're trying to get a Great Nag formed. That is some monkey business over there. Gray says, the ambience noises are driving me bananas. Well, you just have to take that up with the mod maker who put these random occasional monkey sound effects in the mod. The attrition and the lack of funding my army is just whittling these desert armies down to absolutely nothing. This colonial war was difficult. Crisis and it instantly disappears. And growls and there we go. Well, that's pretty nice. We now border the Ranu Empire. So there's something that happened. What does that mean for us? It just says it wouldn't be the Victoria 2 monkey mod if not the constant monkey screeches, frankly. So it's not actually the Victor monkey mod then, because those aren't in the mod and they're just me playing sound effects. So you're saying this isn't the monkey mod at all. Mozzarella says, is this an original idea or is it based off something? Seems to be a completely original idea, although I speculate that it's based on a novel by Harry Turtledove, which I read last year. You know, people don't read much. I've been reading a lot more the past couple of years, but I've raised books and I come up with references from the books I've read lately, but people don't get it because people don't fucking read. You know? Just creates these reference points that no one else has. By the way, it's our first reform. This is huge. Morality, please. But, ooh, this one gives negative research points. There are a lot of good options to start with here. Serfdom. Education efficiency. Serfdom, we get rid of serfdom. That's got to be the biggest one. Shouldn't this also get rid of our serf pots as well? 1.3 million slaves, damn. Well, we prepare for some big fat wars. I get some military tech now. Joe Neal says, I think the monkey noises should be incorporated into the mod. Well, as I was saying, this mod plays it very seriously. They don't really want to add a meme nonsense. Nicholas says, I haven't read a novel in a while, I mostly stick with history. I used to read lots more history than I did fiction. But then I thought, I realised that I wasn't really... I would read a history book just for pleasure, just casually reading a history book. But then I realised after I was done, I don't really remember much. I just kind of cruised along and enjoyed it. And then at the end, I don't really remember. Did I really build my knowledge? Because I can't really cite much of what was in this book off the top of my head. So it kind of put me off reading history. I thought, okay, if I'm going to read for pleasure, just read novels. That's what it's for. Just read fiction instead of reading history casually, just for pure enjoyment. Resistance to abolition. Okay. Oh, our recent government initiative to abolish serfdom has not gone down well with the provinces. Oh, I didn't know that would happen. I didn't expect such detail. Ultra says, this is why history needs to be interactive, such as playing Vic 2. If you read a history book and you want to learn stuff, you actually have to take notes and take things in and actually learn instead of just cruising along, casually reading it. Aegis says there's a good few mixes between stories and history, like the Three Kingdoms era. 1/4 is total bullshit just to make the history enjoyable. Yeah, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And, well, alternate history and historical fiction. Historical fiction is the greatest blend of history and fiction. Although it tells a fictional story, it's grounded in a realistic era. Take the Master and Commander novels, the Aubrey and Maturin series by Patrick O'Brien. Those are pure fiction, however, completely grounded in reality and history. Anyway, the landowners want to at least be paid, and I cannot afford to pay them compensation. I have to... I have to force them to... We have to get rid of serfdom. We just have to. The army is ready. I can mobilize if there's a big rebellion. Which there isn't going to be yet. That monkey sound effect is the most common monkey sound effect. It's in everything. But what is it actually in? Where did you hear that? You've heard that monkey sound effect somewhere, but can you pinpoint where? Joe Neal says, just got into Master and Commander based on your recommendation. Well, fantastic. I bet you're enjoying them, right? Because how can you not? And we're going fully into reforms now, boys. Arcadian Psycho says, was it in 28 days later? I don't know, maybe. Now, do we force the next one through? Do I have to pay compensation to the peon owners? The orcs in Warcraft 3 with their peons? I think we move over to Research Point. The research point one. I hope there's not another unintended negative event from doing that. Jonel says, yep, like you said, perfect blend of fiction and history. Yep. Look, when I think back to first getting into Paradox games and all that, Surf's gone. When I think back to first getting into Paradox games, I don't think I really learned history from them. I was already into history, and I was reading through Wikipedia articles in bed all the time. That's how I learned. And then also read some books, and then the Paradox games were just on the side. Because Paradox games, they didn't really tell you history. They're just a game. They show you what the world was like in a certain year, and then some events might happen that are real, but it's not really history. What could you learn? You certainly learn geography, place names, and countries. Paradox games are better for learning geography because you look at the world. Okay. What the hell is this? We have foreign people that owe us regular tribute? I didn't know. Wow, 300k. Where did that come from? Okay. Economy is saved. The debt is paid. The interest is no longer draining us monthly. And we lost this feeling. Next time I play and I come back and continue this, we're going to fight a war against a rival and form this shit, by the way. Can we do an admit hegemony cast his ability to take everything? Actually, you know what? Maybe after nationalism and chimperialism, we might be able to get some kind of admit hegemony cast spell for the formables. I think it's likely. Little Boycat says, Jardim and Faubinage are your tributaries. Is it really tributary puppets that give you regular... That's the first time I've had it. It's been like every 5 or 10 years or something. By the way, here's a historical parallel to what this region is. This is China, and this is Xinjiang and Uyghurs and Gansu, and it's the Silk Road to the west, up here. It looks like that. This is China, this is Gansu, and all this. You know what I mean? Desert. So let's research that. Imperialism and particularism, as it's actually called. Giovanni says, why not HRE? Well, the actual place here in itself is probably more like the HRE. Or it's more like former Rome. Or Italy. Lots of independent states, but Rome is still there as a city with a LARPing senate and church. But I was just comparing this particular desert mountain corridor to China. Rest in peace, Snake Mangler. Oh, I'm too tired to industrialize, but let's build canned food in this state. Got loads of factories, and we have a little bit of industry score from the capital region, for example. But the capital region is sulfur. That's Pejstak, right? Yeah. Definitely an ammunition factory there. And we can actually build shit, getting the machine parts. Tell you what, I'm not really playing right now. I should be conquering more land or doing something, but I'm just too tired and relaxed and just chatting. So we should pause and wind down the stream, but we can chat a little bit longer. And then we'll come back to this with a fresh mind and start a big war against one of these rivals in another stream. Might as well see it through. It's fun, and I want to see some, you know, let's form our map. Let's try and get the Empire before we end this campaign. It's a really good goal to work for. So, what do you think of the monkey mod then, aka Gozomedes' great game? Maybe next time we should play as the country that Gozomedes is in. They might have some more LARP and we learn about Gozomedes. Nicholas asks, any chance of you organising an MP game for this mod? The chances of me organising one are 0, because I don't want to go through the stress of organising a campaign. I've already got too much on my mind. I need to keep working and making my videos and streaming. But organising a campaign, not for me. It's unreasonably good, yeah. It's a great mod. It's peak. And it would be great for MP because it's actually designed for it. And it's crazy that I haven't really seen it in MP yet. No one's suggested it. There should be a campaign. I think there would be less players than a big normal campaign of other mods as well. I don't know how playable the unciv ones are. You could maybe let like 3 or 4 players here, or 3 or 4 players here. And here, what are the viable playable countries? Like maybe 8? Maybe the 9 countries that are mentioned in the lore? 9 or 10 countries? Which is actually quite a lot. But a lot of them would die pretty quickly. Anyway, last minute super chats, last minute huff, last minute memberships, last minute subs. And it's been a fun stream. Great to talk to you all. It was fun. And this mod is, as Giovanni said, unreasonably good. How is this mod this good? It doesn't make any sense. Is that how AI generated stuff gets involved now? Did that help with this? But it's if there is AI used in this, it's not like it's AI slop, is it? It's like it genuinely helped to make stuff that's good, if it is true. Like none of this seems like slop in any way. Other than maybe, just maybe a couple of the tech images, maybe a little bit AI sloppy, maybe, but that doesn't even really matter. Yeah, Joe Neal, he says, I appreciate how it's not just a meme fest. The impression of monkey mod might be turning people off. I know. When I first heard about the mod, I thought it's some kind of meme mod. I saw screenshots and it looked real, but I thought, monkey mod? Why would you make everyone a monkey in Victoria 2? You can't see people. It doesn't really make any practical difference to the game. They're still just pops. Why does it matter that they're monkeys, you know? I'll tell you one place that sound effect that you just heard must have been used. That sound effect must have been used in The Simpsons sometime, whenever a monkey was involved. Abu Dhabi says, would Vic 3 be better with monkeys? They have the 3D fucking models, so if there were monkeys in that game, it would be very visible very quickly. Whereas the only monkeys we can see in here are tech artwork and pop icons, which are very small anyway. Like there is, if you look at the screen of the game right now, what you see, there are technically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 monkeys on it, visible. Can you see where they are? It's the artillery piece, these 3 for the mobilization icon, and the monkey brain representing consciousness. That's the only, and actually 5. The monkey unemployed craftsman. There's 5 monkeys on the screen right now, and tiny icons. And that's the only identifiable thing that makes it a monkey game. Now, 3D model monkeys would seal the deal. 6? Is that the real count? 3 mobilization, 1 artillery piece, 1 fucking monkey brain consciousness, 1 unemployed craftsman. What's the other one? Wait, that is 6. Yeah, you're right. Is it 6 or 7? What about the Spud logo below your nation's flag? It's not a monkey, it's a potato. Abu Dhabi says, is the skull of the map icons a monkey skull? Map icons? What do you mean? Sorry, I'm tired. Map icon. Skull on the map icons. Do you mean like this? See the rebel? This rebel icon. That's not a monkey, that's just a flag. Little soldier monkey. This one. It doesn't look particularly like a monkey, but if it's different from what it is in normal vanilla, then it must have been intentionally changed and therefore be a monkey. Map modes are all the same. Production screen. The image transparent behind the factories is generic, but I can see my national focus for soldiers there is a monkey. None of the factory icons are really all that different. Wine is different for some reason. What about any of the factories? Oh my god, this is something I haven't noticed. Luxury clothes is the fucking robe that the monkeys wear. That's a different one. Liquor looks different for some reason, although nothing identifiably monkey related. Fertilizer. I mean, let's go to the trade goods to see, because there's ones we haven't unlocked here. Do we even have tanks later in the game? Yeah, we have. Oh, infiltration is called a 2-legger. Airplanes. They're the same, really. But anyway, there aren't that many opportunities to have monkey icons in Victoria 2, but where there are, they've done them. General icons are the best. But yeah, 3D models. Take the mod Little Dark Age, for example. That one has amazing custom 3D models. It can be done. Maybe it's difficult, but it can be done. Swinery Gunner. Don't worry about that if you're just joining us after the stream. Is there anything else that we really haven't seen? Any icons, any things we haven't looked at that are different that we can remark upon? We look through technology, we've got, I mean, the rebel icons. Actually, the rebel icon, that's funny because this is like an ape's arm flexing. The rebel icon stuff is really good. The notification customization window Europe is replaced with Ishifaj. What, like notification? That's a screen I think we have to wait to get a notification. Also, the main menu is great with the name of the mod there. It's just such a tasteful job on so much of this. I actually, to make the thumbnail of the stream, I actually thought, okay, this little menu here is a great title to have on the stream. So I went into the mods files and went to the UI element and opened it and put it in the thumbnail of that menu. Of course, we've got all the pots. We've got custom religions, which have complete custom icons. This one actually has a monkey's face in it. Are there any other religions we haven't really seen? Wow, look at that one. Oh, that's fucking great. Pagan. And it's just a weird ancient stone-faced bearded monkey icon. Leo King says, what about newspaper? Good shout. Have we found... Oh my god, no. They've even done the fucking newspaper. Kind of. This one's not, but they've... Like, what is that? E equals MC squared ass monkey. Hell. Okay. There's Lenin. Can they make a monkey Lenin? Just like it's basically monkey Putin. They can do that. Invention. So one of them is monkeyfied, but most of them are not. God, I remember when they added the newspapers to the game in Heart of Darkness. We read the newspaper when I remember when it came out and we played it, Heart of Darkness. We read the newspapers like once or twice. Went, this is pretty cool. Like, can you imagine being in a multiplayer session in Victoria 2 where people are actually looking at the newspaper and reading out and laughing at the articles and going, oh ho ho, the UK is at war. We did that for like one session when it was fucking new. And we didn't know it oosed the game. But, God. Like, we did that once and then never opened a newspaper again, ever. Such an interesting idea in theory, isn't it? But really, what does it add to the game? It's... I don't know. So yeah, we've established that one. Is there anything else in the game that could be monkified that we haven't seen? Like Casus Belli icons, did we look at them? They're the same. They're a little bit different. Tribute looks different. Yeah, War Exhaustion's monkified. We have seen that one. I did point it out earlier. That's true. Yeah. The suppression point icon is just different. It just is prison bars for some reason. Which, I don't know. Trade screen, again, we've looked at that, diplomacy, we've looked at it all. We've seen everything there is to see in terms of icons. I think we've seen every different monkey. But I get, 3D models, please. I want to see the Hog Rider, mate. I want to see the Hog Rider icon. Also, they could do sound effects. Do you think they could do sound effects? We have seen the religions. Maybe not all of them in the whole world, if we don't own them. Whatever you want. gives a super chat. Thank you so much. CLP 1000. Guys, we have a rare currency. This is amazing. We have a rare currency, the CLP. What is the CLP? Let's think. What could that be? CLP? Monkey Craftsman on production. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, these capitalists, they are just the icons for the pop type capitalist thingy. The Chilean peso. Oh. Brilliant. Must be an inflated currency. 1,000. How much is 1,000 in pounds? All the national focus icons as well. We've seen them, and I mean some of them are custom, but it's around $1. Okay, thank you so much for it though. I appreciate everything. What about ships? How could they be different? There's no way. No, they're exactly the same. What could there be an alternative way of making ships in a world of monkeys that would look different from human ships? Could there be? I don't know. Google says 82 pence. How much would you actually have if you were a millionaire in Chile? Banana boat. If I was a Chilean millionaire, I would only have £827 to my name. Who wants to be a millionaire? Chile edition must be a pretty low stakes game to watch. No offense, by the way. I'm just kidding around. You know, as a million pesos is about $1,000. Everything's relative after all. Yeah. What a mod. What a fucking mod. How did they do this? 3 years ago, a guy decided, you know what, I'm going to make a mod in Victoria 2, of all games, where everyone's a monkey, and I'm going to put in massive amounts of effort, detail, and get it tactfully done, and come up with an entire fantasy roleplay world of lore that is genuinely well thought out and developed, and could easily be a series of novels or its own game or a film. How did they do it? Monkey mod multiplayer. Aegis says a Chilean air, which is a good one. Okay, anyway though, we'll call the stream there. It was a blast. Lovely chatting to everyone as always in chat. Always a pleasure to do that. On Saturday, we'll be back streaming EU5 multiplayer again, remaining on patch 1.1. Ultra Rad Sentra says, Aura Mog the entire Vic2 modding sphere. Better Mary's a good mod, but this one mogged it a little bit. The flags. You can't help but the fucking flags. Better Mary's a good mod, though, and I enjoyed the campaign. Although the campaign Diplo didn't go well, I enjoyed playing it as a new world. I'd like to play this in multiplayer as well, though. There are other mods out there. The Mars mod, the Many Seas, and the one it's based on, kind of A New Sun Will Rise. I need to play all those. What Everyone says, I've been watching your vids since the Napoleon Legacy series. Love the effort you put in them. Hey, I didn't put the effort into the Napoleon's Legacy series. That was Pie Chucker, you know. I put the effort into streaming that campaign in 2020, and then Pie Chucker edited the Napoleon's Legacy videos. And I think it's pretty clear, because it says that all over the video. But he never made the finale, though, because the finale had the audio glitch. where you can only hear my voice. And it's hard to edit that into something coherent when you can't hear any of the other players. But it could still be finished one day. It ought to just be a musical montage, really. Anyway, or a purely narrated thing. But anyway, what are we yapping on about? Oh, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for the super chats and the support throughout the stream. It's greatly appreciated. The memberships and a couple of Twitch subs. Foxbat says that's sad. Well, what's sadder is that someone made a Reddit post based on that stream where you could only hear my audio and said, poor streamer Spudgun is speaking to himself on a stream because all of his gamer friends died in a car crash. And some people on Reddit believed that post. We actually talked about it on my Discord a couple of weeks ago and looked back on that post. Anyway, good times. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the engagement in chat. It was a pleasure. EU5 on Saturday. Next Persia video, I can't guarantee that it will be the following Friday after tomorrow. It might be a 3-weeker from the last one. If I really lock in and go crazy, I could get it done 2 weeks since the last video, which was What Were They Thinking? The Italian video. But we'll see. It will be done though, eventually. I will continue this HTA Persia campaign. But yeah, thanks everyone. Bye.